Hello? It's time. Please don't kick me. Is that my boy? It's my boy. Darjeeling coffee and some fingerprints. Wait, what is this? Oh, this is what I took off the floor of the place, but it's no good, is it? The 1900s couple guide is the book that PB's character gave Lucien at the market the other day. But what's horrific is that she gave it to Lucien like, oh, read this, you're going to need it. And I think it's supposed to be quite funny. But actually, Lucien's been reading books with Chloe, which makes that the most embarrassing and cringe thing ever for him to reveal to her later on. You know, actually, I'm going to Saint Denis. I have a package to collect. On the right, and it's wrong. Another joy. I watched a couple more episodes of Free Ren. Lux is very happy about that. To be honest, there was a good episode. I wouldn't say I'm playing ball yet, but I'm on the field. But I mean, it does sort of run into the danger of becoming the very thing that it wasn't. You know, becoming the thing that it was trying not to be so badly. The problem is I became interested as soon as they added some action. Which means... I think it's just one of those situations again where it's like you find out the reason why these animes always have like a shitty little OP protagonist. Which Free Ren obviously has as well, but... It's just about like, you know, the most overpowered character ever. I love it. Like, I don't need my anime to not have just... Anime to me just needs to be the same story with a broken OP protagonist, and then it just has to have something in the setting or one of the characters or some sort of unique aspect. And I mean you fucking unique. Like you've never seen it in anything else before. The only place you ever find this is in anime. You know what I mean? And like manga and manhwas and stuff, but in general. And if Free Ren picks up and starts being like, look how OP our characters are. Look, she's training the greatest set of, you know, heroes that this fantasy world has ever seen. It sort of just becomes the thing that it was trying not to be. And was doing really successfully. But really boringly. And you end up going, alright, well. What the hell, bro? But we'll see. I'll stick with it. I almost turned it off this morning for I was going to watch Cyberpunk instead. We'll see. Also, yeah, there's an eclipse right going on in North America and Canada, everywhere, somewhere over there. Everyone's excited about that. Can't remember the last time there was an eclipse here that I actually looked at. I know you like can't look at them, but you know what I mean. I literally think I was in school. I did have a coin on me the other day. Did I have that on me the other day, or did I take it off the horse? I think I took it off the horse, actually. Never mind. Man, I want to rob this bank so badly on Levi, it's unreal. Oh, Jesus, what the fuck is this? Is that Magpie? Please don't rob me. I can't be bothered. Please. Actually, is that a deputy? Okay, they don't sell thingies here. I need a gift box. Why does that look like a rowboat ahead of me? Absolutely insane what I'm doing right now, but technically I did this Out of character. Alright, spell checker chat. Just how deep in you believe. Actually, I don't. How do you make it stay formatted when you tear the page? You know when you tear a piece of paper, how do you make it stay formatted? Does anyone know? Afternoon.
Where'd you run off to? I saw you were going to the office and then kind of just disappeared.
Yes, I had to pick something up from Saint Denis.
Oh, I see.
Which I have collected. And I'm ready to
Great.
start the day. How are you doing?
Yeah, good. Yes, a pretty, dare I say, quiet day so far. So we might be in for a treat today, Lord.
Boom, there goes the bank.
Yeah, jinx myself right here.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe all that, but it's, I suppose there's,
Oh no.
yeah. Oh. Did you manage to contact Miss Blackwell?
Yes, I did. We're meant to be having a meeting in about an hour and a half in Blackwater, but I'm not sure if she will remember. I think she's got a lot on her mind at the moment. I think I might send her a telegram just in case, but not going to hold it against her. She's got a lot going on.
Right. Did she let you know what I mean, she's just sent me a telegram, or yesterday, about Bush.
Oh, really?
She thinks it was him that broke into the studio.
Yes, we do have a file on that internally that Wild was informing me about, but yeah, that's the presumption at the moment. Wasn't it you who went over to the photo studio?
Yes, I gave it the once over to see if I could find anything, but I didn't spot anything sort of out of the ordinary. Though she says that she has a letter or something of his that implicates him.
Let's see.
She also says that she's going to speak to you today, so.
Okay. Yeah, I'll send her a reminder in about an hour or so.
You would never say that. Let me know if you want to go and find those eggs. I hope you're well. Let me know if you'd like to go and find those eggs if you haven't already. I spent some time yesterday with the chap arranging some affairs for my situation in London, so I wasn't about much, but I want to congratulate you personally. Would it be possible to make some time for me today? Let me know if you're available. I should clock on duty if you're now. Yours, Lucien. Lorde. Alright, let me read this. Swift action and keep me informed. It's reassuring to know Detective Glass is handling the case. I'll await his contact and provide any further information. As for visiting the grave, I agree that it's not the most conventional choice, nevertheless I look forward to it. In regards to the break-in, I regret to inform you it was former Deputy Bush. Upon returning this afternoon to collect some things, I discovered evidence implicating former Deputy Bush. I found a letter left behind along with some of my belongings disturbed. The contents of the letter have left me deeply concerned for Bush's well-being. I intend to discuss this matter with Glass personally with me. I'd appreciate you. Not really anything I can add to that, is there? I'll probably just fucking long it. Alright. I think I'll clock on for a bit.
Yeah, sure.
Oh, my horse is round the side.
Alright.
I also want to see if she sells gift boxes. Yes. Hey, Newt. How do I rip pages out and keep them formatted? Don't hit me, don't hit me, don't hit me.
Sorry, just
Right.
go outside.
Afternoon, chaps. Oh, I'll go fuck myself, it's all good. Hey guys, I'll go fuck myself.
Hey, Glass,
Yeah.
you want to come in here and talk? I want to ask y'all a question, just sparing.
Sure.
Can we beat people?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Can we beat people? Positive reinforcement.
No.
Okay, so that's where we'll draw the line.
Why would you
Nothing wrong
think
with
that
their-
we...
There's nothing wrong with her with a fair fight, is there?
I like
Well,
the way
that's
you're
a little
talking.
different than beating people for, what, information? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah,
Yeah, no, we can't do that.
I could see that being a thing.
Who are you looking to beat up?
Oh, it was just a general question. Wanted to divert your eyes, though. I was reading up in the files. I want to get my bearings straight here.
Okay. How do you mean exactly?
Well, when it comes to particular cases,
Shiners out in the
Like,
bayou? Yeah, sorry. Particular cases.
I don't know, I'm cooking up something here, fellas, and I'm really thinking about it.
Oh, I see.
All them operations I was talking about. or them investigations. I see that there's undercover the deputies, if I can get it out. They up there undercover.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you
Amherstburg?
certified in that?
I don't think so.
It's definitely worth looking into if you're interested.
You got to get a certification for that.
Well, you don't have to. If you would like to do undercover work, you'll have to inform. I think it's an undersheriff, or maybe it is a senior, and you can get yourself checked off. But it's always best to get certified in any type of work before you properly dive into it, especially undercover work. There's a whole procedure we have to prepare people for work like that.
In what way?
Well, just going over tips that people might not think of when they're going undercover, things to prepare for and things to look out for.
I see.
Who's the trainer actually in undercover work? Where are we here? I think it's changed a lot since. Oh, here we are. Hooper and Tory. Yeah. Or I guess any sheriff. Yeah, it's probably worth sending a telegram to those two. See whether you can try and get certified. They've made it a lot easier. So it shouldn't be too hard for you.
Yeah. Okay. I might go down that line. Can we not split hairs here, fellas? I want to talk about something real for a moment. Like CJ. Y'all know about her? Y'all heard of her?
Deputy
As
CJ?
in
Yeah.
Deputy CJ? Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And her predicament a while back.
He's in trouble.
You
She
mean with
was.
Van Horn?
Yeah. That predicament.
Right. What about it?
Well, kind of, obviously, I don't know too many details. I just got the story from her. But obviously, one wouldn't want to make the same mistakes, you know, be labeled compromised or get too deep. They're her words.
Right.
How is, or what is, in your guys' opinion, too deep or compromised?
Well, I mean, I think it's fairly easy, honestly. I mean, if you work by your own agenda, to try to, I don't know, figure something out, and you don't really relay any information back.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? I mean, I don't think there's anything that could be said other than that.
I don't think that's what she was doing. She never got to finish the case. Right? She got taken off too early because of the compromise part. It wasn't because she was holding information, because she killed a fella.
I'm sorry, what? She didn't kill anybody, did she?
Or tried to.
Tried to. Where are you hearing this?
Maybe I'm mistaken.
I think you might be.
still stands.
I'm bloody confused. I'm so sorry. In layman's, what is going on with CJ?
Y'all haven't heard?
Oh,
Well,
I've heard
Maybe,
nothing.
Well, maybe
I
I'll.
mean, this is kind of
leave it.
department gossip, really, at this point. This is kind of internal within the people involved in the senior team. But
Well, yeah. Let's get back to.
But I mean,
If
if
y'all got-
somebody, I just want to say, I mean, if somebody screwed up and there's a lesson to be learned from it, I don't think it should be. I think it should be aired out to every deputy so we know what to do in the future.
right, but I don't think CJ screwed up in any way. It's just that the whole situation that she was in and what was happening with that whole investigation, it just fell through for one reason or another. I don't think it was anybody's fault per se. It's just how things turned out.
Right. Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen,
I have absolutely no idea
yeah.
what this conversation is about.
Yeah, no, yeah, Stu.
Uh,
Can I explain it to you, fella? I'm working on an investigation. I got ideas, but I'm trying to figure out, the ground rules. How operations are run like this, so I don't make the same mistakes and fumble.
I see.
Right.
I guess just to be
taking on,
completely honest with you,
and-
Otis,
Yeah.
usually the way these things go is people who are certified and trained and experienced in this type of work, they usually get chosen by the senior team or an undersheriff or a sheriff, and then they're put on operations like this, and then they're informed of the situation, and then they act within said situation.
I will not
It would be
stand by for a handout, class. I can't be kept on the sidelines. I can do this. I believe in myself,
right.
and I know I can prove it.
Good evening.
Evening.
Hello.
Well, I'm sure you're confident and experienced artist, but we have procedures behind this, and those procedures are there for a reason.
You haven't really told me. You said I could do this. Start an investigation of some sort into the criminal element we were talking about money laundering.
Well, sure, you can look into it, but like I said, it's going to need to be a little more specific.
But how far is looking into it and then investigating? Where do I cross the line?
Well, it's like I said, start off small and work your way up. Usually try and work beneath someone first, get a feel of things, and then maybe later on you can start your own investigations. But you can't just go in bull at a gate. Notice.
What do you mean?
Well, kind of like what you're doing now with this whole criminal element thing. You're essentially looking at start a one-man investigation into
Not a one
the
man.
entire underworld of the crossing.
What, you think I can do that all by myself like I'm some big hero?
Well, it
No.
kind of seems what you're saying.
Well, somebody's got to start about it because I don't see no investigation on the clipboard. You?
Do we have any moonshine or any other tips come up recently?
I've
One in the
just not
bayou,
much,
yeah.
I'm afraid.
Yeah, because some wagon just ran me over and then tried to make me feel bad about them running me over. And
Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm just a little
Where did they run you
annoyed.
over? We can go and have a word with them.
They're in the city. No, and then they tried to make me feel bad about their wagon's horse breaking its leg, and I paid them money, and I don't understand how that
No,
happened.
why did you pay them money?
I don't.
Did you just give Shanners money for running
Oh,
you over?
no.
I panicked. They were mad, and I'm just
Oh,
irritated.
honey.
You've been played, Barry.
I've been played so hard.
Let's ride out in a
Played you
group
like
of
a
6 and find
goddamn
them.
fiddle.
Is it
Yeah,
just
let's head to the
one
city.
chap?
Two.
What do they look
A
like,
woman
Barry? We'll
and a
get them.
man. I don't even remember now. I just so flabbergasted that it just happened.
I'm marking us
Oh.
all as responding. Not really, unless anyone doesn't want to.
I mean, it was a tip from 20 minutes ago, and if they're in the city from the bayou, I doubt it.
Probably not them then. Ugh. Unless they had to come back for supplies or something.
Maybe.
Anyway, so that was me waking up today, guys. Sorry if I seem
Well,
a
good
little
morning.
agitated.
No, you're totally fine. That's the worst wake up I could probably think of at the moment.
I think I'm just more mad that I got played and I gave them $100.
100? Oh, okay.
Just to check, this is Macintosh, right?
Hi. Yes, it's
Correct.
me. Oh my
hi.
gosh,
I
I have.
actually am not sure if I've met you. I'm Barry, by the way.
Oh, nice to meet you.
You want to come with us, Lee, Kirk?
I'm just gonna
yeah,
empty.
sure.
I've got so much bullets, so many bullets.
I'm gonna clear
not
out
need more.
these rats from this drawer, so feel free to carry on without me.
All right. Really wanted to take 6 of us, to be honest.
I'm up for helping.
I just want to respond to it in 6, dude. It would be hilarious to 1 moonshine. I know they said it was 2.
Get out of your way. Sorry. I'm gonna go over here. It's a tight office and there's a lot of us in here.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, usually I'm skip roads altogether, but apparently I did not do a good job of that today.
Hey.
Yeah.
What I was thinking was
Good luck.
starting an investigation into the criminal element of money laundering.
What?
Right.
Mayor Shimsham?
Take a look at this.
Mayor Shimsham.
Now, I can
director
start
of
off
Old
with
Status
me.
Quo.
Hold on. Obviously, one man's got a right to report. Then it's open to the whole department. See that?
Right, yes.
It's a bond. You know what
Yeah.
bonds
Yes, I mean, they're sort of what they use for money transactions with the banks, right?
are? Right. And that's what they steal every time they go into that bank. Whether it be Timbuktu, Mighty Moo, or Dead End Gang. Whatever gang it is, that's what they deal in.
Right.
Now, I've been told that sometimes they can do deals and whatnot at different moonshine shacks around the crossing or whatever. But also, they have buyers. Certain people say it could be in the city. People buying it from the city. People in the city buying these, well, the stuff, the bonds, gems, stuff like that. And I said if an investigation was put into that, and we crack down on that, make a seizure, that would cripple a whole section of the element.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why anyone would have a problem with that.
That's what I mean. And ain't nobody focusing on that. And sure, the gunfights, yeah, whatever. I think something like this, we need to focus on something like that. And I think I know just where to start looking.
All right. Well, I can't give you any sort of permission, but it seems like a good starting point that you've got set up already. Berry, do you want to just take us to wherever this happened and we'll start from there?
Perfect. 121.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds all right to me. I would.
Judging by the timing of these interactions, I don't think it's the same group. But we could still ride out and see if we see any wagons or something like along those signs.
Sure. I mean, I'm always up for. I don't know how things have been this evening. Has it been busy or?
No.
I just got on duty, so I have.
Yeah, me. I have no idea.
I don't know.
But we
no,
can
I
always
don't
set up
think
a
so.
roadblock.
Watch out for the rider.
Excuse me, sir. Thank you.
We'll stop by Shady Bell first, just because that's a known location.
Mm-hmm.
But to be honest, I'm not as familiar with the northern tips. Not northern, eastern tips for moonshine. Excuse me.
Sir.
Watch out, there might be like a cougar or something one of these ways.
There is a panther, but it's quite far south of oh gosh, the word's gone right out of my head. Braithwaite. That's it.
I always miss this turn here. I always think I'm going.
It's off meds Wednesday.
Which way?
To Shady
To the
Bell.
left, right?
Yeah, it's sort of
I
directly
missed
north
that
of us.
turn. Yeah, okay. I did miss that turn.
Well, I guess it was more than.
More than directly north.
Yeah.
Don't be
Okay.
afraid to use your map.
I just never go to Shady Bell this way, so I don't know what is wrong with me today. Anyway, let's go. We're gonna cut across again. Let's do this. Cutting across. This path I was looking for that I missed. No horses or anything, so we're not gonna waste our time going in. We'll head to the city now.
Yeah, I think they drop off at sort of swamp locations on the other side of the city, Lakay and that sort of area.
So we're gonna cut off and take this path out. Rider ahead of us, we're gonna be taking the train tracks to the city,
In the tracks.
and then we'll cut over to the actual path now.
But yeah, Lee, I sort of didn't really
Wagon?
speak up too much in the office because I'm just not. I have absolutely no idea the situation with CJ or what that was in reference to, so I sort of had no idea what.
You know what?
that was all about.
Maybe it wasn't my story to tell, but if you're ever curious, maybe ask her.
Right. Well, CJ's always caught up in one thing or another, so it's
Yeah,
she's
she
got a
was just
lot
working
going
on
on.
investigation, and now she's not. So
Mm.
There's a man
if I want to
lying
do
on
one, I want to make sure
ahead of
you know
us.
don't make the same mistakes.
We're
But,
gonna
I hate to say
slow
that,
in a
but
moment to talk with
Right.
them.
maybe she didn't make a mistake. Maybe I didn't get the full story, but that's the whole point.
Going. Howdy there, Saints Crossing Sheriff. So you alright? You alright?
Just going home.
Okay, just checking, making sure you're okay, you're barefoot running in the streets. Do you need a ride somewhere, or?
Here, it's just a waste. I can run.
Okay. Well, you stay safe then.
It's not Magpie, is it? Unless she speaks different now.
We'll continue straight.
Yeah, that makes sense, Lee. I suppose you want to avoid the pitfalls.
What I want is results. That's all I want.
It sounds like you've got a good base to begin, I suppose. Canvassing the city
Can
and
I-
seeing who has what, you know.
Can I ask what? Because I woke up in the middle of the conversation. I have no idea what was happening.
I was there from the beginning and didn't know what was happening either, if that helps. I'm also terrible, but...
It wasn't even, it was this wagon. It was a hunting wagon, not even
Oh, well, they were probably not shining then. Otherwise all the
Oh,
crates
they
would slip
were.
off the back.
Oh, look what I found in the wagon.
What was in it?
Looks like the remnants of a cow carcass.
Oh, they were poaching.
They were
Okay.
poaching.
You remember what they looked like? You think you could recognize them? You see them again?
Yeah. A man with long hair. Honestly, it sounded like August and Hathaway, but I could be incorrect. It kind of looked like Hathaway too, but it was really dark. He was,
Let's get a tip sent and just say where we are, and
yeah.
I need to send a telegram anyway.
I suppose we can look for poaching tip as well, see how long ago that was.
Yeah, Emerald's a good place to maybe go have a nose as well.
Howdy there.
Is that not Alice?
That's who it looked like. And who does
Pretty sure that was Alice.
Who's
Let me
Alice?
send it to.
Fuller.
Wanted?
At least that's what she looked like last time I seen her. Yeah, she runs with DEG.
Well,
And
they've
Jack Cattleman if he's still sniffing about.
scarpered now.
Yeah, they're good at that. Probably on their way to Van Horn now. Oh, I'm gonna stand under here.
Yeah, I suppose sort of starting with any sort of known individuals who I suppose have the funds to potentially
Well, Glass was
work
telling
in
me
bonds and such.
about the DiCenzos.
Hmm.
Well, I think I'm going to start there.
Yeah, I just put Alice this one.
Figure out who might be a potential buyer. And then
Out of the city.
probably enlist some help to figure out how they're getting supplied. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
We'll
mean,
see.
I would presume they're offering
No. it
good
looked
rates,
okay.
and then they find their own
And
buyers,
then
you
the
know,
other
sort
fella
of
didn't
pawning
talk
stuff
as
in a
soon as he
way.
saw us,
Yeah.
so-
There was a chap a very long time ago, I think his name was Duckworth, and he gave me some grief about my
Alright,
shoes,
so,
but
folks, we will. Yeah, I did go to.
he might
did?
Just back after a
be... Yeah,
long, like,
he's sort of got a particular nose for fashion, I presume.
No,
But
it looked
he,
like Zip. I remember him from.
Might be a good starting point, but
Birthday.
one thing
rock,
about
paper,
him,
scissors
he's
match.
sort of wicked smart. I suspect that
I'm
anyone
sorry,
working in that
Alright,
capacity
so
in
we
the
will
city
check
is,
Tips and
so you'd have to
Symphony.
be
If there's
very...
nothing pertinent, then I want to go to
cautious.
Emerald Ranch and see if they got a new wagon and are
I'll look into it.
Sure.
rustling up some animals there.
All
If you
right.
folks are okay with that.
Yeah.
That's fine, yeah. I'll probably there was some rustling not long ago. A couple days ago, up Emerald Way. Throwing knives were used weirdly.
Oh.
Yeah. Of all things to use.
to that one.
Oh, is that Magpie's friend?
There's nothing new. There is a deputy up in Annisburg. I believe Mercer. Alright, did you guys want to go to Emerald Ranch and then Annisburg, or did you want to break off?
No, wherever you want to go.
Yeah, I'm just sort of following you. I thought
Okay,
I'd wait out here just in case I saw anybody in a cart roll by.
Yeah, we can go check out Emerald. Then I'll be heading towards Ansburg probably. Check in and stuff. I left some items up that way I need to fetch.
1, 2, 1.
This is the berry investigation. In search of some very rude people.
I knew you were gonna do that. I knew you were gonna do
I
it.
didn't want to do it, but I sort of felt like I had
you had to.
I'm guessing she's very bored of hearing people make that joke as well.
Take a left. No, I actually love puns. I'm very bad at them.
Puns are the best. I love puns.
I just have to come up with better ones.
I love like
for-
lame jokes, like silly, like ones you don't have to over-explain. I just love silly jokes.
You know who's really good at like witty comebacks? Sheriff Winward is very good at those witty one-liners. She even did a class in one-liners for me one day.
Oh my gosh.
They are very good with those. There is a wagon ahead, just we'll pass on the right.
Wagon ahead.
And we'll go through the swamps a little slow. That way if we see anything.
I'm just gonna
Really
pass
out of
on
the
left for
norm.
space reasons.
Yeah, that makes sense. We'll take a left here.
Take left.
And the right. Yeah, we can check Emerald, and then after that we could just stop investigating for it, and especially if we see people like Alice and Zip around, you know, dead end might cause more trouble. We're gonna cut up over here.
Can you across?
Try to get a look before we go in.
I believe she paid someone $100 for running her over.
Careful of the snake.
So they hit you with with their wagon, and then you paid them $100. Is that what it
They
was?
were really upset that I ruined their wagon, and that it was my fault that they were not going super fast in the city when they took that turn. And
Blimey.
me, being an idiot, believed them, even though I did say they were going pretty fast. But I was just, I don't know, I think I hit my head or something at that moment.
I don't think it makes you an idiot. I think it makes you trusting and kind, and $100 lighter.
We'll come up here, see if we see anything at first.
Everyone bought masks though, right? We might have to rob these chaps.
That's probably what they think. There's a rider going pretty fast over here. We're gonna go talk to them. If we can. Saints Crossing Sheriff's Department. Howdy there. Howdy, howdy. Have you seen any wagons or people doing anything mischievous in this area?
No, but I'm just coming over to this area for the first time, so.
Well, if you see anything, make sure you, anything suspicious, make sure you send a telegram to, LAW, the law tip line.
Yeah, okay, for sure.
Right, well, can I get your name?
Yeah, my name's Haley.
Haley. Okay. Well, it's nice to meet you, Haley.
Yeah, good to meet you. Take care.
Yeah, you as well.
Another one approaching.
Huh? Another one approaching.
To your right.
Howdy there. Have you been around this area for quite a while? Have you seen anybody harming any of the animals here or anything like that? Okay, well, if you see anything disturbing the ranch, be sure to send in a tip to the law tip line so we can make sure you guys are safe out here, okay?
It's gotten very busy here.
I'm Deputy Berry. Nice to meet you.
Yes, it has.
All right, well, we'll go take a look at the ranch, but you have a safe day. Yeah, all of a sudden, everyone is meeting at the Emerald Telegram.
It's Maddie, yeah.
Alright. I don't particularly see anything, so we can head on over to Annisburg. Would you like to lead to Annisburg? I'm not great with the back roads of... I don't know.
Oh, sure. So the way I take is a little bit off-road as well, if you're okay with that.
Oh, I love off-road. I'm just not as familiar with it.
Just be aware that there's a couple points where there's like cougars.
I think Mox was caught though, and I don't. Lucien only knows Maddie as being an associate of Moxley.
Keep seeing things out there.
I doubt he's that bothered.
I'm just gonna pick it up for this little bit.
Picking it up?
All right, picking it up. This area is one that I need to familiarize myself with a bit better as well.
It's a very beautiful, but dangerous area.
Well,
All along the tracks here.
I used to feel confident when I was a ranger, but I haven't been in this area in such a long time
Oh,
that...
you're a ranger.
Yeah,
That's so cool.
for a little while. But the last time I was here, me and Brady fell off a cliff, and I don't trust myself in this
No.
area anymore.
I'm slowing down and I'm taking us left through these trees.
Slowing left.
off road.
There we go.
I could use a brush up on all of these, to be honest. I've been kind of secluding myself to the west lately, and
See, I've done the opposite. I would be useless out in the desert. I need to familiarize myself with that area.
yeah, the desert is comforting. Like,
I'm gonna go off-road down this hill, so just be careful. There's a mine here.
Off road down the hill, watch the
off-road
mine.
down the hill, watch the mine. See, the desert and that area is so nice because you can see for so far, and
It is beautiful, yeah.
you could tell where there's cliffs and rivers and everything right
Yeah.
before
Just
you see
warn-
it.
There might be a cougar up here, so just take caution. I think we're okay. This is a den of theirs. Yeah, see, I just love it so much because it is a beautiful place here. The desert, I do need to familiarize myself with, but I had quite a lot of bad experiences that way.
A TK.
When I first was a deputy, the Ghost of Roanoke was around a lot, so I did come through here quite a bit, but I haven't done much with the copycat, so.
Yeah, I've been looking into that. It's very curious. Going to go
Yep.
left here?
There's some really
Go
good
left.
detectives working on it. If you have an interest in this area, you should see, especially if you
Well,
are
I used
around.
to be a senior deputy out this way. Then I took a long break. So I'm just getting back into the swing of things at the moment.
Through the mine.
It's weird to be riding around with Edwin again, isn't it?
Excuse
Yeah, I
me.
saw a man on a white and black horse.
Yeah.
Howdy there. Howdy, sir.
Ah, well
Seems
spotted.
Sheriff's Department. It's good to see you. Were you just mining over here?
Well, I figured I'd just go up into the woods and explore a bit. I hadn't been around these parts yet.
Please take care. There are like very active cougars just now.
Oh. Well,
I hope you're a
shoot,
good
ain't
shot.
nobody worried me about them.
Oh yeah, there's quite a lot around this area, just to warn you.
So, alright, maybe my exploring better stick to the roads then.
Yeah. That would be definitely.
Fair
a
enough.
wise choice.
I appreciate the warning. That could have been
No
real
problem.
awkward.
Well, you stay safe.
Yeah, absolutely. Y'all too. Reckon y'all can do with a bit of care.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Have a nice afternoon.
Thank you for y'all's service.
Down again.
It's Dutch.
Alright, I'm gonna check in for us.
All right.
Do we know if that 5th deputy is in town?
Is that the bell going?
There's a horse, but I don't know if there's a deputy inside.
This
Oh,
is
there's
the
one right
deputy.
there.
This is Anderson.
Perfect. That's Anderson. Alright. I'm gonna include him in my check-in.
What are you doing? Just putting yourself out like bait here.
Afternoon.
You're
How about that? Any better now? I don't hear what you said. Something about what am I doing? Just something. Oh, come on now. We've been in Ansburg for a good while.
There's fucking loads of them out.
Buddy there? Not a chatter. All right.
I wonder if she still wants to kill me. If she wants me dead, I took her inside.
They're everywhere. But they're everywhere but here.
That's the worst gonna happen. Can only happen.
Literally everywhere,
Yeah,
buddy.
everywhere but here.
Thieves Landing. West Grizzlies.
Tall trees, Cumberland.
Oh God. Okay.
Oh, this is not where I left it. What are we looking at?
There's a bunch of moonshiners, but all out west.
Oh. All at the same time. What's
Yep.
to say that's not coordinated? Okay. Southern tall trees. Maybe headed to Blackwater. Dropping some customers and grizzlies. Which grizzlies? We could maybe get that one. Oh, desert. Okay.
Is the Grizzlies the one that's heading out west?
No, it says dropping some customers in grizzlies. That's from tall trees. So, but goodness sake, that could be east or west. I mean, Grizzlies West is massive and has snow. Grizzlies East is massive and has bears.
I suppose we could just mount up and ride sort of north ways out of town and head over towards Cumberland. Sort of
I don't
cross
know.
west ways? I don't know either.
Yeah, our best luck is probably just doing a patrol down in that area and hoping we get something or talk to someone that has seen something.
Right.
Doing a roadblock.
Could always do a roadblock.
Oh yeah, I've never done one. If you wanna, we could try to.
You try and set a checkpoint out somewhere by Blackwater. They're all kind of over there.
Or outside roads.
That sounds like
is
a really good idea,
place,
even near
actually.
rigs or something.
The bridge outside roads is quite a good one. Because they always take that beside the tracks. Just in general, I mean, you can find the people who scammed you out of $100.
It's okay. That's
What
my
did they
own
look
fault.
like, by the way?
One had like long. I couldn't tell what color it was because it was very dark and the lighting in the city is gross.
Yeah.
But they had long hair. It was like shaved on the side, but it looked like it was pulled back in a ponytail for him. She had like either hair like yours or maybe even a bun, but she had a hat kind of like
Okay.
the one I have, but a different color. She was wearing red. They were very miffed about their wagon.
But
So
you're the
I
one with
felt
the
bad.
badge.
And I felt bad. I should have gotten to my senses first and been like, no, you were speeding really fast in the city. Let me check what's in your wagon. And then they probably wouldn't have been so aggressive towards me. Or more aggressive. You never know. But yeah, I'm very up to setting up a checkpoint. If someone has experience doing that, I would love to see how to do that.
There just doesn't seem to be, apart from this coordinated shining. Anderson, anything you'd like to do?
I think you know the answer to that.
Oh no, don't do tell.
No, you know. You know the answer.
No, I don't know.
Hey, look, I don't mind looking unprofessional in front of you, but not in front of everybody else.
Dear.
I assure you, I don't care. You do whatever you want.
Okay,
Hey,
I
I met
actually
you
think.
before, right? Triangle of Justice or something like that?
Right, yes.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah. That was
I
the one
did note
time
that
we'd all
down.
met.
Triangle of
That's
Justice and
right.
the net. What was the other one? The net of something?
Yeah, what was it? The cube of something?
Cube. That's right. Yeah, I got the shape.
Yeah, I don't know if a checkpoint's a great idea. I think, well, I mean, it might work, but I suspect that with all of these varying suspicious activities happening, it might just be better to be rolling around between towns on patrol as unfulfilling as that might be for Barry.
I think just in general, that's
Very
not
okay
the.
with
I hate patrolling, but just between towns.
Yeah,
feel
well,
that
I
you don't
mean,
get to
sort
see
of.
too many people that way.
Yeah, just in terms of effective canvassing for endless amounts of potential shiners.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm also happy to just, lay down on the ground here next to Anderson like a dog and wait for something to happen.
you hear that? He's calling you a dog.
No, I was calling myself a dog. I'll be laying at his feet, the two of us will just be sort of...
So you're saying you're his pet?
Yeah, I suppose so. I was just sort of trying to position myself into an even less effective deputy role.
There
so
you go.
that he didn't feel
got yourself a pet.
embarrassed about
Oh yeah, there we go. All right,
doing nothing.
got it all figured out.
You're the tip line.
Essentially, I'm happy to do anything, including be a sort of collared animal.
This is getting a very strange conversation.
I could make it way worse, I suppose, but
I'm
I won't.
sure. Let's look at this one.
Yeah, we could probably join forces in that.
Mm-hmm.
I think I spent too long yesterday doing paperwork. Not even, our
There is,
paperwork, just other paperwork.
A lot of people going back and forth from telegrams here, thinking that we don't see them. So I'm thinking Van Horn's busy today. Hello.
Me too, especially after a sighting of possibly Alice.
Look at you in one piece. I am proud.
What do you mean?
What do you mean what I mean? You basically like throwing yourself out going, capture me yesterday.
I didn't get captured.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Good for you. I'm very proud.
Thanks. How's everybody doing?
Very well.
Good.
Barry decided to pay some poachers because she felt bad.
Wow.
So we are
That
looking
sounds
for
way
those-
worse than
Straight
what
over her head to a sheriff there with that.
Oh my
Absolutely.
Criminal.
Threw her
No,
under
they
the
ran
wagon
me
for the
over.
second
Oh
time
no,
today.
it's I'm sorry, but it's too hilarious not to share.
They ran me over, made me feel bad about their wagon, so I paid them money, and then I went to go inspect the wagon after, and it had a cow in it.
And how much did you pay them?
I gave them $100. They were really angry. I thought my safety was at risk. Okay.
Somebody
I'm
get
gonna
this
put
one
a
in
positive
cuffs.
spin on this for you. I'm gonna put a positive spin on this one for you. Hearts and minds of the local people. There we go.
They were speeding
Wheeshed.
and ran me over, and I paid them. I don't understand how that
At
happened.
one pace.
So what's the plan here? Ride around patrol?
Let me have a
Set up
quick
a
check.
checkpoint.
Don't worry, honey. We've all been there. I've done worse. Let me have a quick check of. Oh, hello,
Sharpshooter
look.
berry, but moonshine dealer.
I can make you feel even better than what Freya just did. She said she's done worse. I haven't done better, so...
Wow, that's the thing to boast about. Wow.
I'm joking. No, come on, I'm playing.
Okay, there is it's very silent on the I'm not saying the word, but it's very silent on the line.
Think it's quiet?
No.
Oh my god.
Why would you do that?
Why
would you do that?
I don't believe in superstitions like that.
Oh, right, okay. Listen.
That
listen,
ain't
if any-
superstition,
okay.
that is just straight up fact.
We're fine. What could go wrong? I also
Oh,
think
you're
that
just
Haley...
making it worse.
I also think that Haley that we saw at the telegram was Bailey, but I could be wrong.
I actually don't know who Bailey is. Everyone's going to have to give me a hand on who is wanted and who is not, because I've not been around for several months.
Well, there's a Bailey in 10 Ton, and she has the same kind of demeanor, very like...
Oh, really?
Like a
Okay.
younger... It could be... There's a ton of people like that, so...
Have we looked up her
not
citizens?
100%,
Do you know
but-
what her last name is at all?
She's with 10 Ton, so maybe Hanson?
What are you on about?
Bailey.
What's Bailey and Tentan's last name, please?
Holt. She just left town, just.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Oh, you just saw her leave town?
I
Then it
made her
was
leave town. I said, fuck off out of town. She went, oh, well.
Yeah, my guess is that's the one that we saw at Emerald Ranch then.
No, I don't think so. I seen somebody riding off quite fast when Mitch decided to march out of the telegrams office.
Wanted folk ain't welcome in this town.
I don't know if anyone's brought you up to speed, but we may have seen Alice and Zip, not 100%, up at St. Denis.
And they rode very fast towards Van Horn Way.
Alice? Alice Fuller?
I thought it was Alice, but again, I haven't been around for a while, so I don't know if she's changed the way she looks or dresses.
What was she wearing?
She was wearing like this, like dirty kind of tan shirt. She had her hair.
Afternoon.
Hey, partner.
Road.
The last time I saw Harry, Holt was here.
They didn't have glasses, no. Are you sheriff of here now?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah. He's probably retired again.
Kind of retired, came back as a sheriff, retired again, came back as a deputy, and then retired again.
You having fun?
I'm not antsy or
Wait,
anything.
that's the problem.
No.
It's like a drug.
I hope it's okay that I'm still sticking around here then.
Yeah, of course. You're more than welcome here.
Lovely, thank you. Okay, well, it is very QT.
Quiet.
Why? Why would you do
hell
that?
Oh, sorry.
to
I
you.
thought you were having trouble pronouncing it.
I assume that you think most people have trouble pronouncing things with the way you pronounce things.
Well, I do try to enunciate, you know.
You put me to shame.
Absolutely.
Well-
I'm gonna take a ride to Rhodes. I'm gonna try and find Glass. I'm gonna go west today and meet the Lobos.
What,
Bloody
by
hell.
yourselves?
I'm not sure yet. I'm gonna try and meet him in open ground if I can.
Don't
won't
go
harm
just
me.
2 of you against the whole lot, but you know what they're like.
Yeah, they won't harm me.
Oh, you talk such bull.
I've
You
met 'em
say
before.
that, and you will come back with bullet holes.
If I do, come and get me and shoot back.
Hmm.
You don't need to ask me twice.
Don't get hurt.
Certainly try. Could one of you do me a massive favor, please? Would you be able to put a tip out that I'm riding the roads, please?
You need extra bodies there, Sheriff. Just write me a
Yeah,
telegram.
we're looking for something to do. Otherwise, it's just roadblocks and patrols.
I mean, if you all want to, you're welcome to come west. The agreement
Yeah.
was that I've had with them is that I will meet them in person. I'm basically about to go and let them know I'm going to give them 24 hours that I'm coming for them, pretty much. Given what they've done.
You know, it's something to do. It's very, very, very. I'm gonna say it's very quiet.
Yeah, my presence.
If you want to come out west and we can stage an armadillo, and if I'm not back in, say, 30, 45 minutes, then come and kick the doors in.
No, at least we're a little closer, though. Last time I went down for the meeting down in the west was with the Northwest gang, I think. Didn't go too well, so...
Berry, can you just update that to include all of us? We're all going to go to Armadillo, I think. Or Rhodes.
Don't know much about them. Like a bunch of wankers, to be honest.
Oh, I met them. They definitely are.
And my presence
one or
might
two in
antagonize
particular,
them more, to be honest. They really dislike me.
They really dislike me. But they dislike
that-
the world, so don't worry about it.
Yeah, I suppose that's true.
Who doesn't like you?
The Del Lobos.
Oh, no, the Lobos don't like you.
Well, I thought you were talking about Northwest then for a second.
Oh yeah, no, they're not. Yeah.
Yeah, they
Most of
do
the
not
Northwest are
like
dead.
me.
They do not like me. They don't like anybody. The Lobos are the same.
I know what you mean, they love me. Hey, I don't think we met. Unless we have. If we have, I'm sorry.
I think we have. I'm very nice to meet you.
It's my life at the moment. Have we met? I don't know. May have. I apologize if we have.
Yeah, I do that even with people that I know very well, so...
I am the worst for it.
Well, there's a lot of people in the department and a lot of new faces as well.
Yeah.
That plus all of the criminals we have to remember. It's a bloody nightmare. I can only sort of store a few faces in my head, and as soon as I start meeting new people, it pushes all the old ones out, I think. Limited capacity in my
That
noggin.
actually makes sense. That makes sense.
Right. I learned how to speak, and that was about it.
I think you're the poshest person I've ever heard.
Well, thank you.
More so than me?
A little bit.
Shoot.
It helps I have absolutely no money.
Why are you saying that like I'm trying to rob you?
I think a lot of people think I come from sort of grand background, you know, of money and I sort of come from a nice big house or something.
If it helps, I have no money.
But I have absolutely no money or any land or property or anything like that.
You're not actually like a lord or something?
No, I'm far from it. I just got very lucky and went to a good school and actually paid attention. That's just about it.
Complain about your wages, Lord?
Well, I suppose I'll go with no, because you terrify me, but if you do want to up them, that's fine.
Terrified of him?
Yes, of course.
Do we not have leeway?
That's quite.
I put
That's
Wade up.
hilarious.
Wade
I mean,
was
this is the
with
man
us.
that has to bloody chase off all the miscreants of the crossing.
Did we forget
You mean
about-
this is the man that keeps picking fights
we
with all of
forget
them?
Lee?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, well, look at him. He's still riding ahead of us, isn't
Entirely
he?
possible.
Terrifying.
Hey, Lord, do you know where Lee went?
Lee was still in the office.
Did we leave him?
Hi, Mai.
I think Lee was like doing something, was he not?
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I
he
may
seemed
have added
distracted.
him on the tip, but I could correct
But
that
you
in-
got an horse. It's true. He's not wrong.
Don't worry.
Oh, we sent in a tip so he knows where we are.
Oh, yes.
Let's go off-road left.
Off-road
Off
left.
and left.
Remember, everyone, Sand is my favourite sheriff. He's the one that Lorde wants to be most like.
Right.
And no one ever believes
Right.
it. Getting right.
Jump for the
Because-
rocks and trees.
Lorde speaks
Cautious
like
of the
this.
rocks and
Everyone
trees.
thinks that he's not exactly like Sand at his heart. You know? Lorde's as much of a menace as the Moat. But if you don't speak like this, fella, I'm gonna get you, boy. No. It's my favourite thing about playing the character. Everyone's like, oh, you're so posh and nice. No, I'm posh. I speak posh, actually, is really all it is. And that's where it ends. Lucien's not that nice. He's a dick to a lot of the criminals. He hates them. Tries to piss off the Del Lobos. Shot a man the other day. Aiming a gun at him. He's utterly and totally not afraid
Careful
of
the rocks here.
most of these gangs.
Go left.
Left.
Take left. But everyone thinks one thing. It's my favourite thing about him. The more Chloe gets kidnapped, the more the Lord blood activates. The Lord blood activated on the back of
Snake.
Velasquez's horse. You didn't notice the Rufus moment? When Lucien was like, I got under your skin, I win. You're pissed off, you're all upset, and I'm not. It's the most Rufus thing to do ever.
Let's cut through the creek.
You think because you hurt
Through
me,
the creek.
that makes you the winner.
I don't foresee any of us falling off the
I'm
horses.
under your skin, I'm in your head,
Surely
boy.
we'll be okay.
The most Rufus shit of
call
all
me
time. I
Sharon.
activated the Lord blood for a little bit. Slowly but surely the curse activates.
Do you like being called Freya, or is
Yeah,
it
no,
Macintosh?
Freya's fine.
Okay.
Macintosh, Freya, Tosh, Oi, you.
Oh, Tosh is good? Okay. I was writing the tips every time and I'm like, this is a long ass name.
It is a
Does she
long-
have a
yeah.
I was like, does she have a nickname?
Tosh is totally fine. I don't think a lot of people actually know.
I
me
wish
by
the
Freya,
gang
which
that
is
abducted
weird to
Glass the
me.
other day, they took Lord, they would have absolutely hated him. Yeah.
think
I wouldn't have had any of
Yeah,
it
it's
though.
the,
Glass
it's the
plays
only
along.
thing I call you.
Yeah.
Lucien doesn't. He's like, well, you guys are
I
gonna
always
fucking
introduce
do this
myself
shit
as
anyway.
Freya.
You guys suck.
I think as deputies, we just default to last name.
Lucien is just, whenever he meets any of them, he's like, oh, you guys suck. This is bullshit. You could all just get a job.
my first
You're
name
doing
is
it for
Penguin.
attention.
You can-
It's
you're
pathetic.
What do
Your
you prefer to
children
be called?
grow up. You're
I don't
embarrassing.
have a preference. I feel like that is easier for
Because it
some
is a
people.
deep-seated hatred for his own
That's
family.
just whatever you prefer to be called, then I use that.
You know, because his family are the way his family are. Bloody hell, sorry.
Like, Lord, what is your first name?
Lucien.
Oh, now I know why people think you're like rich. Lucien
His last
Lord.
name's Lord.
Yeah, Lucien Lord. You sound like a prince.
Yeah. Well, I'm not, and
Hello.
I'm named after my mother. Her name was Lucille because my parents just couldn't be bothered to come up with anything else. Apparently,
Oh,
that's the
that's
story.
That is a traditional
Really
way
nice
of
to be
thinking,
named
so,
after
to
your
be fair.
mother.
Well, yeah. Usually, if they were both sort of just desperate to fill out the form, I think, and get back to drinking.
Oh, that's not a
Yeah.
sweet.
Right, let's go to Blackwater.
As I said, I didn't get to witness Rufus live.
Somebody get a tip out to FA.
Rufus is the best character I've ever played. The layers I put into that, the amount of research I did, and the effort that went into making him slowly get more insane by little tiny margins every day.
Hello.
Hey there.
How's it going?
Is this Hooper?
Yes,
Oh, are you off duty fishing?
I was. Well, what's going on?
Depends on what you think is important. You might want to speak with Sand over there. I think it would be important to you, to be honest. I would talk with Sand.
Hello.
Where did you come from?
I've been told to speak to you about a matter of importance, I guess.
No, you asked
Oh.
if anything was important, but you might like
You,
to know.
you need another person? Been a pleasure with.
This is water. You're all good.
I don't know, I've taken a real liking to whiskey.
What is this formation?
Alright, we'll go to Blackwater, we'll check him with Glass and just let him know what the plans are, given I think he's on. Hope, are you on duty?
Who? Are you on duty?
What?
Are you
on
duty,
duty?
man?
Am I doing what to who? What?
Are you on duty?
On duty.
Aye!
Uh-huh.
I
You
will
on
be
duty.
as soon as
Oh
we
my
get to a
God.
town.
Listen, I can throw a rock at you. You're in front of me.
You see, I had just woken up. I was fishing all night at Braithwaite Manor, and I slept under a tree.
That does not sound comfortable.
If you're wondering what that pungent fishy odor is, it's me.
Left.
Left.
What's Hooper's history with Del Lobos then?
I mean, I'm glad the smell has an
We
explanation.
just teleported in out of nowhere. Almost like, we're going to see the Del Lobos? Never fear. I am here.
So how's everyone's day going?
You're seeing it, to be honest.
So far so good.
The sun is shining, we're out riding, I can't complain.
There's hardly a cloud in the sky.
Lady, you are just calling for it.
No, I just don't believe in those superstitions, at least. Other ones, maybe. If I broke a mirror right now, I think
I used to
be
not,
okay.
but I feel like having been on duty in the crossing, there's reasons to.
For the madness.
The
We
amount
lost
of
somebody.
Craziness.
We lost someone.
Oh,
Oh, who have we lost?
Anderson.
Fine. Oh, 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 oh. What kind of horse is that?
This is a cob. I would not suggest anyone get one.
Sorry about that. I had a bit of dirt or fly or I don't know, something in my ear. Something that shouldn't be there.
Riding with your
Maybe it was one of those centipedes or those earwigs.
Oh no!
I didn't get to count its legs. It could have been.
Oh God, that's awful.
Could have been.
La, 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 la.
Yeah, no,
How many
this
legs
is,
does an earwig have?
6, I think.
He's really handsome.
Too
he's
many.
Just very skittish. A gunshot goes off, runs off.
It's a horse.
Yeah. I mean, Dante.
The same way as Marty. Not you, darling. Ooh. Rider.
How did Rufus die? It was pretty
Yeah, I
fucking
love
crazy,
Rider.
but
We used to
Are
stand.
I don't
you a
even know
fan of
how to
spiders?
explain it.
Very skittish.
He just got,
I don't know about a fan, but
he just went fucking
I like hearing
supernova
things
one
about
night.
him.
What are you riding right now? Is that a turkey?
So if you fall asleep in New Austin
Foxtrotter
in the
those are
desert,
good as well.
like
Got
under
shot
a
by the
tree or a
Summers
cacti,
gang, of which he was a part of.
chances are the
my
tarantulas will
next
come
horse is
use your
gonna be
body as
this
warmth.
The gang turned on him
I
because
love the
he
Mustangs
was
too. They're
A
beautiful.
butter-colored one.
I love all the
Not
horses. I can't
Sure
say
how I
hate
feel
any of
about
them.
that. I guess they
Like
don't want
them.
to hurt you though if they're coming to use your body as warmth, right?
So they killed
No,
him.
they're very kind little
I
beasts.
don't know. I think my Arabian hates me, to be honest.
Oh,
He was sort of an,
They eat birds and lizards.
a mercenary for
also
Are
them
you saying that
more than anything.
reminded me
I
of,
feel like it's just like this toy horse.
Rufus was really a member of the Dead End gang.
the last time I was
Well, the
out
Dead End
in
kids.
Armadillo, I
don't know how anyone
believe,
can
was,
keep it
Before they became
I
the
was
Dead
there
End
with
gang.
Dalloway, and she was telling me all kinds of facts about
You're like,
spiders.
oh, you're saying something from
Oh,
down
in the
there?
name of the crossing. Oh, okay, little girl.
Yeah, where do you think I got them from?
Yeah,
But while they
well,
were
maybe that's
not
kind of
around,
put
he was
together
part
right
of the
there.
Summers gang, and then they ended up
Straight.
killing him.
Yeah, my wife knows a lot about the bugs.
But it's complex.
I'm more of a bird
I
man
can't be
myself.
bothered to explain it. I'm so sorry.
Are they
Well,
still
can you tell me
talking
about a bird
bugs?
then? I don't know nothing about birds.
The reason vultures are bald is because they don't want to get their feathers wet and weighed down when they're dipping their heads
Ooh,
into
bugs.
corpses.
That's disgusting. But also sort of
Definitely not focusing on the conversation
smart.
behind us.
Wait, so are they
I could have went my whole
born
life
with
without
the
knowing that.
Uh-huh.
feathers there, or do they kind of do that to themselves?
So they have some feathers that are like
Like
around
this.
near
pretty sure
They
most of
train
Rufus
them
was
off.
streamed, yeah. On the main channel, I think.
Cold.
Going Wild RP, you'll see there's a playlist.
Hey, believe it or not, vultures are
There's all playlists.
Oh my gosh.
There's a big long Wild RP playlist where I played predominantly
See, I don't mean
Tar
this-
and Rufus
I
on
don't
my
mean this to be
first
rude at
foray
all.
into Wild
That's the
RP.
kind of useless information I love hearing. You know, the kind of stuff that ain't going to help you in
Do you know
life,
what
but
I put in
I just kind of like hearing about it.
Encyclopedias in.
Well, this one's sort of helpful. The stomach acid
And they
of
wake
vultures
up.
is
Rui.
so strong
April.
that you
Hi,
can use it to
hi
cauterize a
April.
wound.
April's been drinking.
Oh.
Rider. Excuse me, sir. Thank you.
I had to forget one criminal's face for remembering.
So what you're
not
telling
half
me
of
is
them.
always keep a vulture on hand, huh?
Oh, 100%, yeah.
Please.
Or at least their stomach.
I'm so glad I haven't eaten yet.
Hey,
I think
Glass.
we have the whole department down
Glass,
here, to be
open.
honest.
Good morning,
My
please.
lord. Oh. Who did the sheriff want to talk to?
You and Hooper.
You.
Is it me?
Yeah, you. Glass
Oh,
Hooper.
Jesus. Okay. Wait,
Howdy,
was it
howdy.
you?
You and me, I think.
Oh.
Was it me as well?
Fuck is going on? Did I miss?
Nothing. I think there's a meeting with the Del Lobos
Oh,
set. Rufus is on main channel, right? Yeah. Yeah, there's a big playlist called Wild RP.
How's that deal, fella?
Hmm.
Right, you a cadet yet, or they? They seem.
Yeah, actually, the death isn't on there, is it? Now that I think about it. Levi's very much in the middle, yeah.
How you going, Lord? It's good to see you.
Afternoon, how are you doing?
Great. I'm Detective Kipple now.
Oh, congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
I asked him where he got it, so I got the same one.
I actually have to do that on the bottom. Probably not, right?
Detective Chris?
Hello.
Is it you, Detective Chris?
Oh, yes.
Hello, mate. I just want to make sure you're all right, you know, after the other day and everything, you know?
Stand over there wants to talk
Yes.
to you.
Yes, I just
Well,
walked
there,
in. Thank you.
Dr. Keppel.
Okay. What?
How do you feel about the
Yes, I'm
desert?
doing well, Dale. Thank you. I'm sorry, I do have to run. I have
No,
a
no, no,
meeting,
I just
but
want to make sure
I need me and
yes,
four
thank you for
others
checking.
to,
I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries, mate. You take care now.
Yes, you can definitely come.
I have no strong opinions one way or the other.
Well, perfect. You're coming
Why
with
not,
us.
Keppel?
Why
not?
do you have no strong opinion?
Well, because I
gotta
want to
have
come.
one
I want to
strong
come and
opinion.
help you, but
We're
also
going to
it's
Armadillo.
warm.
We're going home.
Let's go to the desert.
Home?
Going out to Armadillo.
I'm guessing that means... I'm guessing I'm not needed. That's way too many people, right?
Yeah, I think they're just taking a small party. I'm meeting Miss Blackwell just by the big tree on the hill with the little wall. So, just so you know where I am.
Yeah, okay.
All
I
right.
guess I'll busy myself then. I've been abandoned.
Yeah. Well, I'll be back soon.
Yeah. Oh, replaced. Absolutely replaced. Back at Paul. Oh no, copy paste this. I thought I could copy paste from book to book. Ah, for fuck's sake. Let's see how it comes out. Right, let me spell check this. Written upon a small piece of card, in this vast expanse shadows roam. I stumble upon life, precious and rare. A mirror of my soul in depths unknown, this kindred spirit beyond compare. In fields of dusk, directionless, dark, a star. Reflecting, twinkling echoes of chance, a guiding light in the darkest night. A charcoal sketch is drawn here. Snakes, like endless vines, presented in dark blacks, are lit in deep contrast by a single piece of starlight at the center of the card. Cool, nailed it. Fuck yeah. I guess I'll just go fuck myself. I get the feeling that Hoop doesn't like me. Don't know what I've done to him. I suppose I sent him off to die that one time. Hey Keppel, you want to jump in instead of that guy? Hey Keppel, hey Keppel, you want to jump in instead of that guy? Hey Keppel, do you want to jump in instead of that guy over there? Quick. But when you're in school, you know.
Fuck, are they all gone?
I don't know. I was very quickly replaced by Keppel. So I thought they were with you. I think they might have headed west already.
How can be replaced?
I don't know. I'm sort of just... I have no idea. I thought it was on purpose because of my previous interaction.
I mean, how do you feel about it?
About what?
About your previous interaction? I don't think it'd be enough to pull you, would it?
Right. No, I'm not sure. I don't really. I don't know. I'm not sort of privy to all the information. I'm never sure what the decisions are. I suppose if you wanted to keep them calm, then you know, take as many people that don't have
Maybe I'm just good with
history
horses.
with them, I suppose,
No.
or dislike them. Would make sense. I would imagine.
I mean,
would
deputies
agitate them.
Have they taken 6 just? Or 5?
I believe so. Hoop said he needed
Blackjack? Okay.
him plus 4. I
Tell me
think he
twice.
said.
Okay. I'll speak to Oprah on it. I don't really see why he should have pulled you. I did tell him to get the original group, so I can only apologize, Lucien.
Oh, I don't mind at all. I can busy myself. I'm sure there's other things to attend. Good luck with
Yeah, no
your
doubt.
meeting.
See you on the other side.
Yes. I tell him off Sand. I love Sand, dude. My best friend. Quinn. The Harper's Talent Agency presents Saints Sinners Party. The evil twin reveal. Oh, this is going to be the best because I get to go, hey, do you want to come with me to this thing? And she will go, no. And then I get to be like, oh, it's okay. I'll just... No, it's okay. It's just the second time today I was rejected. Sunday, 14th of April. It's this week. At 4 p.m. Eastern. Which is 9. A night of music, entertainment, and the ultimate fist fight between the Harper twins. Dress code, devils or angels. This is going to be hilarious. Oh, dude, we gotta get Glass to invite Gwen. Oh no, Gwen will be there. Why am I so stupid? I guess I can just stick around town.
I used to make a lot of money off it, and then I stopped making a lot of money off it, and I became.
Back to being lonely Lucy. He's got to get triggered out when he gets left behind, you know. I don't have a choice. Same as Levi, the two of them are the same. Young, lonely, sad boys. Levi more so. Levi's way more emo than Lucien, but I kind of wanted them both to be like two sides of the same coin, but like Lucien predominantly kind of handles his shit by being like when he sees people doing stupid shit, he's like, well, I don't want to do that. Whereas Levi is like, I'm gonna fuck with them. I'm gonna get even. Vigilante style. Kind of tempting to clock out, to be honest. Coming in? Yeah.
Howdy.
Doing.
I'm alright. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad. Had a day off.
Heading west. Send me boats. For Christ's sakes.
Yeah, he's going to, I think, deliver them an ultimatum of sorts.
Alright. Okay.
Oh, bloody hell. Maverick Wolf, Western Wolf, Lee Wolf, Buster Wolf, Mason Wolf. Wolf Brothers threatened to extort Pronghorn for $1,000 and some bolt actions. Information direct from Thomas Callahan. We have multiple reports of the group calling themselves the Wolf Brothers, incidentally extorting the ranch. Just got surrounded by a couple of folk in Strawberry. They were headed Valentine direction. One dressed very dirty in grey clothing. It looks smushed. New gang. Who dis? Lucien and Levi could mate. Yeah, I think about that sometimes, like how that would go. But I imagine it would just go the same way it went when I met Maddie. Where Lucien's just like, okay, well, you seem dodgy, but whatever. I don't think, the thing is with like, predominantly, you know, Levi's group with Alexander and that lot. They're not bad people, they're just vigilantes. They're sort of just, I mean, Levi quite literally thinks he's Nightwing. I don't think Lucien would be that pissed off about it. He'd just be like, you're breaking the law. You're stupid.
On the horse.
Good bananas.
But he's got bananas apparently.
Kate, can I have a bushel of wheat on your horse so I can get started on baking so I don't have anxiety about tomorrow? I'm gonna have to get more body today. Oh, you wouldn't. Oh. Yeah, you know what? That's actually. Why don't I move my wagon to the sheriff office? Because.
Respectfully, don't do that.
I've been watching your Wild Up Eastern 2 weeks and I just learned that Rufus was on your characters. Oh, you know who Rufus is? Yeah, he was a right fucking nutter. You know what they say, McGregor? The bigger they are, the harder they fall, you slag. See ya. Yeah, Rufus was a hard character to play sometimes because when you play a complex character like that with like depth and layers, it's very hard to get that across. You just meet people and you're like, okay, you're a robber. You're a highway robber. Okay. Oh, you're a vigilante. Okay. Oh, you do this. You're a serial killer. Okay. You know. But Rufus had a lot of like complexity and layers to him that I just didn't really get round to exploring that much. But everything I was doing on him at all times was just going through these like multiple layers of lenses. And it was a fucking rough time sometimes. He had self-harm things. He had schizoaffective disorder. A completely distorted perspective of events. So I had to play him like he didn't really care for anybody. He didn't experience emotions in the same way that I might in real life. So I had to sort of think on how he would perceive certain things. You know, he had a sort of a bizarre closeness and a loyalty to people, but I wouldn't call it love. You know, he was a clinical psychopath, I think. And he had this thing where if he didn't, he had a sort of an adrenaline junkie thing where he had to sort of sate this aspect of himself, which, you know, he personified some of it as this thing called orphan that he would converse with, and he had this sort of somewhat split personality, or you know how with some schizoaffective disorders you will hear certain voices and strange whispers and things, and he would sort of just interpret them as certain things. Again, fear of crippling loneliness and having his family killed and stuff sort of damaged his mind and traumatized him so badly that he created this second sort of persona. But it wasn't like he switched. He didn't have that type of multiple personality where he would switch to orphan. He sort of did. Sometimes he would sort of allow the orphan personality to, I guess, surface. But it wasn't really that he had multiple personality. It's just that he had a thing in him that he whispered to him and stuff. And he ultimately just didn't even believe himself to be human, or he sort of saw himself as a proto element. He sort of just saw himself as in a cocoon state, and whatever was coming next would be born of him. He was sort of saw that this fucking Ragnarok ending was coming, that he called the Dark Cloud, that was coming to, you know, fuck with everyone. And I mean, it was all just born out of like extreme childhood trauma. That just fucking broke his mind, cracked his head open. And so it was quite hard to play him sometimes, because sometimes you just want to be like, look, you guys don't understand what's going on with him. So one of the reasons that he became a dead-end kid was actually the relationship he developed with Edwin Braithwaite, who was played by the General Smokey, who plays Lee Otis, who I was trying to talk to earlier on that patrol. It's about, you know, who wears the orange. Great role player, has a lot of stuff going on, but he was another character like that. I think he had some sort of mental issues going on that people just couldn't or wouldn't understand. So they just boxed him in. And the more they did that to Edwin, the more Edwin would get frustrated and lash out. Rufus was less so bothered about how he was being perceived, but no one really understood him. And only a couple of people took some time to scrape a couple of layers off. Hawk. Imogen Blackwell was one of them. Weirdly. She was like terrified of Rufus, but could see that there was just this other element to him that she just couldn't shake. But most people just saw him as a complete fucking maniac and just a violent criminal with, you know. But actually, a lot of the time he did crime and would do violent acts was a self-harm thing and a self-destructive thing. Which is also quite hard because you don't want to break the no-value life rule. But he wasn't afraid of pain, so there's a little grey area in there that I had to work within a lot of the time. I'd also have him do stuff like crazy shit, like jump off of roofs and stuff and injure himself. If he was in pain, he sort of would actually calm down a little bit. Because he, you know, it's a thing. He wasn't aware of any of this, but underneath everything, he was self-harming, basically, because he has survivor's guilt. You know, just extreme survivor's guilt for his family and things like that. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Is that them? So yeah, so what I did was I took a lot of things like survivor's guilt and trauma and stuff and tried to sort of switch him and flip him about and have fun with it and really turn him into a villain. You know, he was a villain, but I love my villains to make a lot of sense. So yeah. And I think, you know, if I'd carried on playing him, all that would eventually have come out and you'd learn all that stuff about him. It was... What the fuck is this? Sticks. Yeah, and I sort of really try-harded with that character. You know, he died sort of prematurely for any of that, but I liked the death scene that I got. And yeah, it was kind of a weird. I mean, it was a weird time in my life as well because it was immediately after I went through that breakup. And I'd sort of no-lifed Wild RP for a bit. So yeah, I mean, and then that brings me to sort of Lucy, which and my second outing here. So this is my second sort of foray into Wild RP. The first time round, I predominantly played Tar and Rufus. I had a couple of other characters that existed. And those guys are going to try and rob the bank. Why are you going this way? I did not click that way. What are you doing, Blake? Why can't you turn right? What's happening to you? Yeah, so this is my second attempt at Wild RP. And I didn't actually want to make... Tar had a lot of layers to him. Tar is the most realistic I played Wild RP. Like, he was a real person in this setting. I made him as accurate as I fucking could, especially for the beginning, for the first, like, you know, whatever, however many months. You know what? And it just made him go crazy. Because, I mean, Colin was the same. Me and Beers played Tara and Colin together, and they were sort of like besties for a lot of the time on the server. And you just go crazy because they're like, what the fuck is going on? When you play a realistic character in this, you're like, why is everyone insane? Everyone looks insane to you. If you were a real person in a soap opera, it would be the most absolutely fucking crazy experience of your life. And so Tar sort of started to go nuts towards the end. But I played him as realistically as I could, and really sort of like spent a lot of time making sure that he fit the period. And I really looked into sort of bereavement, and you know, I was sort of obsessed with loss at that point. I had just watched like Leftovers and stuff as well, and I was like really into, you know, the loss situation. So he was my exploration of grief and loss. What's this? Tonic. What's going on here? And yeah, I really try-harded with them. And then when it comes to Levi and Lucien, I did not try. Like, I do not put as much time and effort into him as I did with Tara and Rufus. Because, one, I was putting in, like, crazy hours on Tara and Rufus. I was staying up all night. You know, it was crazy. It was insane. It was like crack-addled approach. And I just can't do that to myself anymore. I'm too old. I'm too broken. I just have to be in bed on time and just get my sleep, and because otherwise I just go fucking nuts. And I knew that if I came in with a little bit more of a dialed back approach to these characters, just kept them a little more simplistic, sort of less layers. You can still build, like, the thing is you can come in and you build a character, right? So obviously Levi and Lucien have both developed more character over time. That's just what happens. But I brought them in a lot more simplistic. So they're not as crazy. They don't have as an in-depth background. They're not as like, they don't have as much going on. I don't have to think about how to process every single thought and emotion that happens to them. I can make much quicker snap decisions. Both Levi and Lucien are a bit more like me. Tar was a lot like me as well. I mean, Rufus is a version of me that is just the most insane version of me I can imagine. It's almost impossible to play roleplay and improv and not be a version of yourself, because you have to pull improv from somewhere. But Rufus is obviously the most not like me. So it's so difficult to play that character. Tar's not too dissimilar to me, really. Levi's a bit more like I was when I was younger, but with Levi's a bit like if you took some of my rebel years when I was younger, in my late teens and early 20s, and mixed them with some of my more my older, wiser, more tranquil version of me. That's kind of where Levi is. With obviously, and I also wanted to play a character that had parents, you know, that weren't too bad. Like Levi's dad was pretty bad to him, but not. It's a toxic and abusive relationship, obviously, but like he wasn't awful to him. He didn't really like. He was not like actively abusive. He was just sort of neglectful and sort of just forced him to become the legacy of the Rainmaker legacy, and forced him essentially. He was like, "You're going to become a bank robber like me. We're going to fucking go and do this together." And it was like, I imagine Levi's dad as being sort of, you know, awful by most standards, but really he sort of just wants his son to take on the mantle and be the, you know, this is Batman, but not. Levi's dad is not Batman. you know, Batman's kind of epic. Levi's dad is a very basic criminal. But wants him to get good at this thing, and only has one skill to teach his son, so he just sort of forced him to do it, even though Levi wouldn't have probably done that. Because Levi's quite creative as well. And Lucien is just the loneliest boy. I mean, and then this brings me to, you know, after talking about Rufus, I just wanted the opposite of Rufus. I just looked at everything that Rufus was and wanted to play the opposite of that. The first thing that came to mind was that I play a lighter character in every way, which brought me immediately to the name Lucien, which is a Gone reference. If you've seen Table Stories Gone, I played a character in there called Rufus. I also played a character called Blake, and there were some other characters, and all my horses are named after Gone characters. But Lucien is supposed to be the lighter side, but actually the thing that's interesting that I thought was interesting about Lucien is that Rufus went completely fucking nuts because he was forced into loneliness because his family were killed in a fire, and it split his brain in such a way he had this traumatic response that caused him to, you know, activated some sort of schizoaffective element. It activated this sort of like self-harm element. He probably already had some level of psychopathy going on, but I think it probably, you know, really allowed him to sort of delve deep into that. But essentially what it did was it created this personality that he lived with called Orphan. So a lot of people would say stuff to... How many times did people say things to Rufus and they'd be like, that sounds like a lonely life? And Rufus immediately, without a fucking beat, would always be like, I'm never alone. Because he was just triggered immediately. It was a triggering thing for me. He's never alone. He has this... it doesn't matter if he was dug a hole, buried in it 6 feet under, he would... And then in the middle of a desert and just left there, miles and miles away from civilization, he had Orphan with him at all times. So he was actually never alone. He's the loneliest person, but he was never actually alone. So I was like, okay, well then Lucien needs to be the loneliest boy. And I had already written lots of backstory for Rufus. I had written Lucien. Lucien is in Rufus's backstory, because Rufus's dad had an uncle that spent all of the inheritance, which is why Rufus had no money, because Lucien's dad inherited all of Rufus's money because Rufus went AWOL and was presumed dead in London. So all of the Lorde estate went to Lucien's dad. Lucien's dad spent it all on booze, which is what killed him because he had so much money now he could just fucking do drugs and drink all night. Killed himself with it over the course of several years. Lucien's mum, a year later, basically the same situation. And that's it. That's the end of the Lorde lineage. There weren't any left after that. So Lucien becomes literally the last of his name. Doesn't know what to do about it. Freaks out and is like, maybe my cousin's still alive. Maybe my cousin's, you know, out there and he's actually not as bad as everyone says. You know, like that weird panic that where you start grasping at straws and you start making up stuff. You know, when you get to that point where you're like, well, maybe I can save this relationship. You know, like maybe I could just do this. Maybe I could just do that. You start to panic and you start making up excuses for like elements that yesterday you didn't maybe feel that way about. And he sort of did that. He just panicked and freaked out and was like, fuck it, I'm going to go to America and try and find Rufus. Lucien has no siblings. No, remember, Lucien has no siblings because he was a mistake. His mum got pregnant. They didn't want him. They named him Lucille because they were like, we don't care about this kid. They were just in a hospital one day and she was giving birth. And they were like, what do you want to name it? They were like, we don't know. We don't care. They're like, you haven't thought of names? And they were like, no. Why? We don't fucking want this kid. So they were like, just name him Lucien. That's like Lucille. That's why he doesn't have a middle name, which was a little in-joke for me because I always ask people what their middle names is because no one ever thinks about writing the middle name into their background. And anyone that has a middle name, I do that little, you know that gif of that like logger who's like nodding? That's me whenever someone gives me a middle name. But I thought it'd be really funny if I didn't have a middle name because that's a funny meme because I'm pathetic. But also it shows another element where his parents didn't care. They just didn't want to fill out more on this form. They just wrote Lucien down. They took this baby home, put it in a cot, and just sort of like didn't give a fuck, you know. I feel like Lucien's early years, it's lucky he survived. I have a middle name in real life. Yeah, I've got 2. Well, I actually don't anymore, I don't think. It's weird because on some documents I don't have my middle names, and on some documents I do. But I sort of despise them because all 3 of my name, my 2 middle names, and my surname. Bradley's fine, but my middle names and my surname are from my dad and my dad's side of the family, and I don't have any relationship with him. So I did away with them when I was in my late teens and stopped using them. Didn't change my surname, which I should have done really, but it's weird. My mum's got a different surname to me, and my sister. All 3 of us have different names because my sister got married. But I didn't want to take my mum's surname because when I was 15 and I had the option to, I didn't want to go to school and be called BJ. Because when you're 15, it's a big deal. And I knew that everyone would just rip the piss out of me for being called BJ. And so I never took my mum's name when I could. But I got a different... But I did away with my middle names. But then sometimes legal documents come through with them still on, so I don't know why that is the case. Because I'm pretty sure I had them legally removed. I remember going to a thing with my mum. But so it's weird. It's weird. Now that I'm older, I literally don't give a shit. If the document comes through and says Brad Smith, I reply with Brad Smith, and somehow I get away with it. I'm probably breaking some laws somewhere. And then if a document comes through and says my full name, then I just use my full name. I don't give a shit. Whatever I'm registered as for that particular thing that's contacting me is what I go with, you know. Anyway, yeah, so that's kind of what happened with Lucien. But now I'm sort of like, this is Lucien Mark II, right? This is version 2 Lucien. Because I've been playing him for 5 months, 6 months, 7 months, 6 months. I kind of know who he is now. Maddie Barlow, as I live and breathe. Wanted. Yeah, so I don't really want to go to Valentine. Where can I go? Strawberry. So now I can sort of play him based off of the 6 months of experience I have with him interacting with people. But for the first 6 months, pretty much every time I wanted to do something or anything happened to Lucien, I just would kind of think, what wouldn't Rufus do? And then I'd do that. Because he's just supposed to be the inverse of Rufus, really. He's law, where Rufus was a criminal. He's caring and empathetic, where Rufus was completely uncaring and unable to feel emotions. You know what? I better send a telegram, huh? That was kind of how I did it. Now he sort of just is his own boy. Deputy Lucien. And he's sort of... I've had enough interactions on the server to shape him into his own man now. So I don't always need to just be looking at him as through the lens of Rufus, because I just think that's kind of boring to play after a while, but am I gonna rob the fucking bank? I swear to God, if they rob the bank. I can't really be the responding law anyway, can I? I sort of can, but it's better not to be. But generally, Lucien is a lot he's way more basic than Rufus. Rufus was just layer upon layer upon layer. And Lucien is much more simplistic in my approach to how I play him. Jesus. Newt, yeah, I saw your comment as well as, it's a weird, place to play, isn't it? Let me read it again. The survivor's guilt, powered self-destructive behavior, being an adrenaline junkie, yeah. It's fun to play, but it's also like, I feel like you've got to play it carefully. You have the same birthday as Lucien. It is 22nd of February, right? Yeah. Levi's is January 26th, I think. Was that right? Can't remember when it was. Yeah, I'm missing playing Levi. I sort of was thinking about hopping on for a bit, but it's nice to have him just sort of be in Pittsburgh, and then you don't have to worry about logging in and, you know, like checking telegrams and whatever. He gets picked up by the scruff by a paladin and bloodhunter so much because he'd get into trouble otherwise. Yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Rufus's theme. Levi's in his emo phase, yeah. Well, Levi is more emo than me. He sits on rooftops in the rain and writes poetry, you know. Did I say than me? I mean than Lucien. He's more like me than Lucien is, for sure. At least at that age. Lucien's more like maybe how I am now, but... The thing with Lucien is he just has sort of zero tolerance for people who do others harm. And a lot of the criminals are like, well, I didn't use my gun or anything. I just asked them to put their hands up and took the money out of them. And it's like, well, that's fucking terrifying. And as someone who's been robbed in real life, it's scary as fuck, even if you think like, oh, they're not actually gonna hurt me. It's the scariest thing ever. And so he just doesn't vibe with this, like, this take that they have where they're like, I didn't do anything wrong. And it's like, well, you did. You're robbed from someone. It's bullshit, man. Do you know how hard it is to make money? You just fucking took that gun off him, and yo, all I did was take a gun. I didn't rob him completely. Well, you scared the fuck out of him, and you robbed us. Like he just has no, you know, he has no tolerance for it. Which is why he would be less bothered about the stuff that Levi and that group do, because we just rob Cornwall. We take from the rich. We try and Robin Hood it. And I think Lucien would be like, alright, but that doesn't piss me off personally. But pretty much every criminal, Lucien just has very little tolerance for them. And you know, there's like a lot of the players on the server just sort of observe a particular structure of like how things go. Like, this is how it is. This is how we do things on the server. And I don't, you know, I mean, there's the server rules, which obviously I abide by. But then there's like the server etiquette as well, which I generally abide by, I think. But then there's just these kind of unwritten rules that players have between one another that you don't have to abide by. And it's always shocking when someone doesn't. And that's me. Sometimes. I mean, most of the time I do abide by them. Things like law whiffing all of their shots for the most part in a gunfight. You know what I mean? Like, stuff like that. I generally abide by. Because I do think it's pretty annoying. Just think it's like, you know, sometimes getting locked up sort of just brings some of the RP that you've been developing to a halt. I think if you're in PvP, if you start a fight, the fuck was that? If you start a fight and lose and then complain about it, you've got no fucking leg to stand on, to be honest. But I do think that most lore generally whiff their shots and try and make it more cinematic. There's times when we do and we don't and shit, but you know, 'tis what it is. The PvP unwritten rules get real sticky real quick. I mean, yeah, everyone gets so butthurt all the time over it. But it's almost never worth it's almost never worth trying to win gunfights. Everyone just starts crying immediately. It's embarrassing. I had to close my mouth as a viewer and chat. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's annoying. Like when we're obviously missing shots and someone's like, "Man, law suck." It's like, yeah, dude, what do you think is going on here? You know.
Contained animal. That's a hefty find there, fella.
Afternoon.
Hello, Lord.
How are you doing?
You know what? Since you asked, I'm gonna sit down for this.
Oh.
You know, I came here from San Francisco a little over a month ago.
Yeah.
Month and a half, actually. And it's just, you know, it's been stressful. I'm not gonna lie. You know, we have some very good people in the department, and I've been leaning upon those people. But out there, Lord, people are just pure assholes.
Yeah, I know that feeling. It's sort of exhausting right down to your bones, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And like, you know, this week here, last week I suppose it was, we had these crazy people, this 10-ton gang, right?
Yeah.
They rob a sheriff's office, and they I don't know, they crash their wagon in the middle of the street. It tips over, it explodes. One of them dies, another one gets burned to a crisp. And then they go to Strawberry, and then one of them sends a death threat to me. And you would assume, you know, hey, I mean, if they are plotting, you know, to kill somebody, they're at least gonna wait a few days until they're, you know, the loss of their dead, their healing of their compadre. No, we mount up and we ride towards Strawberry, and lo and behold, we meet them on the way back. I mean, how bloodthirsty are these people?
Yeah, the 10-ton gang are sort of an enigma to me. I've been engaged in several shootouts with them, and I've sort of spoken to them, but one minute they're very jovial and chatty, and you'd almost sort of think that you were just sort of chatting to just a local folk at the telegram station, as opposed to sort of transporting them to Sisika after they've just done some heinous act. And then the next minute they're kidnapping people and torturing people, and it's just one awful.
They're just
act
like
after
everybody
another.
else. They're just like everybody else, Lord. A bunch of toddlers with guns. That's what they are. Crazy people.
Yeah, it took the words right out of my mouth. I think that's what is there. That is the problem with a lot of these groups. They just want attention at the end of the day, which really that should be reserved for toddlers and gods, perhaps. And I don't think they're
Absolutely.
either.
I don't know. I just know for a fact, that if I wanted to become a criminal and I wanted to rob a sheriff's office, I sure shit wouldn't show
my boy
myself
Rip
in a
Riley?
town anytime soon.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they're very smart a lot of the time. I
think you're right.
And they're just, the things that they do, unforgivable. I think, I mean, a lot of them sort of just say, oh, it's just business and whatnot. But they don't really think about the effects it has on people. I think it's, yeah, I despise almost all of them, if I'm honest. I try to be as forthcoming and as open-minded as I can, especially when I've got the badge on. But between you and me, underneath that badge is a person who's sort of harboring quite a lot of distaste for quite a lot of them.
Absolutely. I don't know. There's a trend lately going around, that people they just want to make all these weird demands, and if their demands are not met, that equals you basically saying, oh, you just want everybody to get killed. Is that what you're saying? Hell no, that's not what I'm saying. Sometimes your demands are weird.
I can't understand the demands that they make. You'd think that they were, they were a sheriff ordering us about, giving us, from a sense of authority. There was a chap the other day that sort of singled me out from a group. There was 5 of us, 3 of them. Singled me out and said, he can't come. If you're going to chase us, he can't come and chase us. I mean, what? Why on earth would anyone listen to you?
Was it by any chance the Dohertys?
I don't think so. Is that old chap Jedediah, I think his name is.
Oh yeah, no, he's an asshole.
Right. Yeah, he was upset.
Like literally what I just told you. He kidnapped Dalloway at one point. Me and Chevalier, we confronted him and what's her name? Banter.
Jubilee.
Yeah. And they said, hey, we really want to make sure that you deputies know, that you should be trained more in gun control. Because we're not violent. As they just robbed the bank, had kidnapped a deputy there in handcuffs, literally waiting to break somebody out of a Sisika transport. Sure, please tell me again how you're not violent.
Yeah, I mean, they started a gunfight in Colter with us. They started shooting at us in a populated area. That's a town with people around. And they claim not to be violent. Ridiculous. Where do they get the audacity? If you're going to try and appeal to me, maybe don't try and appeal to something that I can immediately disprove and logic out of.
No, exactly, and that's what they said, right? I mean, we're not violent. We didn't hurt anybody. We didn't even have a hostage. And I'm like, well, I'm thankful you didn't hurt anybody. But when you go into a town and you want to rob a bank, I hope you do know that you're putting the entire town on lockdown. Like everybody is forced to stop what they're doing to get out of your way. And that's you forcefully putting a chokehold on a town. Let alone, you fucking explode the bank vaults with dynamite. I mean, how can you not say that it's violent?
I mean, the bank staff have to flee for their lives, terrified, and they're also taking from the local populace. It's not like the bank is just growing money exactly.
Yeah, and I told this.
Someone's going to have to pay for that, and I doubt that it's going to be the bank manager.
Exactly, and I told that to this Knox guy. And then he said, "Oh, so what you're saying is you just want us to shoot you down every single time we meet you?" So that's kind of how the discussion went. And then when he started, talking about the deputies needed more, gun training and gun control because we just unhinged. I couldn't help myself, and I just went, you know what? Sure, I'm gonna get that out to every single deputy as soon as we're done here.
Yeah, I just sort of don't understand the approach to it. I mean, if you're going to be a violent reprobate, why try and claim to be, anything other than... you'd think if they had their way, you'd think they were literally angels that have crawled out from the Bible, here to bless us all with their good graces. I mean, do they honestly think that what they're doing is righteous?
Yeah, apparently so. And they were... I don't know why I kind of find this funny, but he was very upset because they were chased after a bank robbery. And he literally told me, you know what? When we were getting a bit far ahead, we waited for you deputies to catch up. And then all of a sudden we were attacked by a pack of wolves. And then you all shut us down while we were getting eaten by wolves.
Yeah, I think they sort of tried to claim the same thing with us. Well, I mean, what do they expect us to do? Control the wolves? Or do they think that we are in control of the wolves and we'd sort of deputized all of them?
I think my biggest concern is why the fuck are they waiting for us? What do they want to gain?
Yeah, I don't understand what the game is there. Bizarre. They're all bizarre and they're all awful.
Well, it's a good thing we have some measurements of containing them when they get too rowdy, right?
Yeah, I mean they can kick and scream and make as much of a fuss as they want, but they're going to end up in a cage eventually, if not killed. I mean, the ones that are sort of, I suppose, mentally unwell and unfit, as much as, they can cause untold terror and damage, that sort of makes sense to me, And the ones that just sort of outright admit that they're awful, well, fair enough. I frankly have more respect for, a dangerous individual that just says, yeah, I do it because I'm a dirtbag.
Yeah.
The ones that sort of try and lawyer their way out of it and claim to be... You'd almost think that they were claiming that we were the bad guys. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I had one of those back alley lawyers in the cell a couple of days ago. He was there robbing me. He aimed his gun at me. When I got him in a cell by himself, he argued that he didn't rob me because he didn't, take the weapon off of me.
But he had a gun to you, I take it.
Yeah, I was, he went there with the two others. They aimed their guns at me. I was tied up. And then when I got released, he aimed his gun again. I was just saying, I mean, how can you not see that you're a part of this robbery, sir? Yeah, but I didn't rob you. Okay.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. I had a sort of similar encounter with a chap the other day. Hector Castillo. He, rode up to me. I was by myself, rode up to me, eventually sort of pulled a gun on me, told me to get off my horse, walked to the edge of the road, took my service Lancaster and some ammunition and bandages, I think. And then just wanted to have a casual conversation with me. He was chatting to me about what my name meant and what my horse's name was. And he got so friendly and so casual that he put his weapon away and folded his arms. So I pulled my weapon and told him to put his hands up. He pulled his weapon and I put him on his arse. He was absolutely blown away by it. Couldn't believe what had happened to him. So I got him medical attention. He was only shot through the shoulder. Then I had a good long conversation with him in the cell, and he was sort of trying to lawyer the same thing. He said, well, I didn't rob you because, I didn't get away with it. And I was like, no, you robbed me. You just precisely didn't get away. You can't...
You gotta hand it to him. You miss every shot you don't take, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, he wasn't too much of a bad chap. He wasn't quite as awful as some of them in the end. You know, we had a sort of moral conversation about what he was doing, and we came to the agreement that his motives were just. He sort of does it because he thinks he can't do anything else to help support his family, which is fair enough.
Wait a minute. Is his name, what's his name?
Castillo, Hector.
Hector Castillo.
Shaved head.
Because I just had a man not too long ago, and he said the exact same thing. Like he stole my horse from the middle of Valentine, and then he tried to honeypot with it, like between Valentine and Emerald.
Huh. This was between Valentine and Rhodes. Same sort of area. Yeah, I mean, he sort of said that we came to the agreement that, you know, his motives were understandable, but his actions were unacceptable. And he admitted as much, but just sort of felt like he had nowhere else to go, and I just told him to get a job. You can find work. He said he's blackened his name and such, and I was like, well, it doesn't matter. You go and chop some wood. Plenty of work for that. Ranch hand. No one cares where ranch hands come from. They just need someone to help.
And you earn a darn good paycheck on those ranches.
Yeah, and you don't have to be bloody terrified and looking over your shoulder all night. You can get a good night's sleep. I'll never understand it. There's work out there.
You know what? Speaking of the ranches, I think I'm gonna go check on Pronghorn. You wanna come with me?
Yes, that's probably a good idea. Let's have a look at the situation. They've had some problems, right, with this new group. There's a group of
I honestly don't know.
wolves or something.
Oh yeah, no, I read about that. Yeah, the Wolf Brothers.
Yeah.
Or something.
Evening. I thought I spied you there. Are you doing alright? Have you bloody injured your throat, old chap? Bloody hell. Alright. You've seen a medic then? I'll tell you what, I'll be back in 1 minute. I'm going to check my telegram. And then we can head out.
Yeah, I'll just grab a stew.
I think his TeamSpeak is fucking up. Nothing from Chloe. I'm guessing some shit's popping off with Quinn.
Sorry about that.
Oh, there you go.
Guess I just needed to drink some water.
Hey, you should get some of those lemon drops. They sell them over the road. How are you doing?
Where are y'all heading? No, not too bad.
We were going to take a patrol over to Pronghorn Ranch. They've had a little bit of trouble lately, so we thought we'd head over. If nothing else, I suppose at least it gives them a sense that we've not abandoned them, you know.
Alright, I'll tag along.
Alright. It's been a while. How has the return to duty been faring?
Yeah, I spent the last few weeks sick.
Oh, blimey.
Oh, you're a deputy too?
Yeah. Rip Riley.
Pleasure. Waylon Kirk.
Kirk?
Yeah.
Pleasure to meet you.
Yes, when I was a cadet, not too long ago, Rip was one of the people that I did a lot of my cadetship with. He was a good mentor to me. And then he popped off for a bit. And it wasn't quite the same without him. It's very good to see you
I
back.
wouldn't say I popped off. I don't say it with my chest. I retired.
Right. And then he came
Did
back.
not anticipate coming back and then falling sick, though.
Right.
So you retired from retiring?
Yeah, well, I came back around to drop off a few things and had a few conversations along the way and may have had my arm twisted here and there. One last spot of work to take care of.
Well, I for one am glad to see you back.
I'm just making conversation here. But do you mind if I ask you why you retired?
Plenty of reasons, but at the core of it, family.
I must say, I had absolutely no idea that you had a family out there. Understandable.
I mean,
why
I
you
outlined it.
Kept it
to myself.
Yeah, play that card close to your chest. Makes complete sense to me. I spent one off-duty evening with a new friend, and Del Lobo stabbed her for it, so...
Del Lobo's still kicking around, huh?
Yep, unfortunately.
She got stabbed because she was friends with you?
Yep. Twice. They were, and I quote, trying to teach me a lesson. Which is a great way to teach someone something against their will. I'm sure that I'll certainly learn from that one and not just...
Nobody said outlaws were smart.
Right. I mean, they don't like me because of the tone of voice I took with them, and I said a couple of things to them at one point that I don't even remember what I said, but it upset them enough. So, I guess more toddlers, really. You'd think that these sort of hardened criminals who have lived these difficult lives on the streets and have had to work their way up would have a thicker skin. They're embarrassingly,
people get upset over words printed on paper.
never understand it.
Jack Doherty and his goons, they surrounded me in Saint Denis and robbed me off a bowl of scallop potatoes. Because I told them I didn't want to say sorry for pointing a gun at them after they held some deputies kidnapped.
Ridiculous. What did they think you were going to do? It's your job.
Yeah, apparently, you know, me aiming my gun at somebody who just, you know, aimed the gun at that deputy is a bad thing apparently.
I think they just look for any excuse, don't they? They would have just picked the outfit you were wearing if not. We don't like chaps that wear black coats.
Yeah.
Well, as some old folk will say, boo-hoo, fella.
That's right. And this is Jack Doherty. You know, he's been going around trying to make a name for himself. You know what? I wanna yell it to his face. You know, he literally, you know, put the who in boo-hoo.
I have no idea who that is. I've not encountered him.
Is that a dead cow?
It is.
Question is whether it's ranch work or...
Could be rustlers. It could be wolves, a bear.
If it's rustlers, they might be coming back.
You know what? Just in case it is rustlers, let's hide our horses in the stable.
Not seeing anybody about. Have any idea about ranch work or farming? I'm a city boy. I don't know much about any of this, really.
Well, I mean, putting a dead animal right here in the middle, it just seems like an odd place to put it.
Right, and leave it overnight. There's clearly no one working at the moment. Suppose we could knock on the doors and double check.
There's somebody over there. Yeah, let's go knock on the door.
Someone came through and tried shooting the cows, trying to skin them, it seems. And take a look inside. There's rifle casings and fragments all over the place.
He's gonna kick me. The bear he's freaked out about. He's probably freaking out about the bear.
Even a rifle casing found on the cow's head there.
Right. I suppose.
Either of you got your jobs?
Yeah, I just had a quick look around in there. I'm seeing the same things, but I mean, there's no guarantee this wasn't just the people that work here, right? Without a report?
Potentially. I mean, I know they got this job board here, so probably somebody asked for a couple of cowhides or whatnot. I remember a time where you'd make an absolute killing off of them. Literally.
Right.
I'd say you probably send a telegram to some of the folks that live here and see if they're aware of anybody or had any threats.
Yeah, I don't really know off the top of my head who runs the ranch at the moment, but there was a recent situation with a group. All of them have the surname Wolf that were threatening people on the ranch, so it might be related to that, but I would imagine this could just be poachers or rustlers.
Possibly. Doesn't seem to be any signs or whatnot left. Doesn't seem targeted at the least.
Anybody home?
No, it's completely empty out here.
Alright, I suppose we can wait around and see if they come back for this cow, or head back to an office and see if there's been a report of any sort of rustling.
Yeah, I mean, we've kind of, you know, seen how everything looks out here. And if somebody, you know, makes a report about somebody being out here rustling, or if somebody, you know, the people who work here, they send in a tip about, you know, dead cows being left here, we know how to proceed from there. Because, you know, I mean, sure, it seems like somebody just, you know, shot a cow and dragged it all the way out here. But there is also, you know, like bears and wolves in this area, so.
Yeah, that's true.
It could be a couple of things, right?
Rabid wolves as well.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, you've got to burn them if you run into any out here. Wear gloves.
Ooh. I heard that when you get rabies, you get afraid of water.
Oh, bloody hell.
I was thinking about going past Hanging Dog, then down by Wallace, and then back to Valentine.
Yep.
All right.
Lord, how long have you been a deputy?
Since November, so I think 6 months about.
Yeah, that's a good while.
Yeah, I feel like I've sort of got most of it down at this point. Seen a few things, you know. I won't profess to know everything though.
every day you live, you learn a new thing, right?
Right. Not seeing much in there.
You know what? I would love to see this this place, you know, getting worked over. There's some new woodwork around. I think it could be a funny thing to see, you know, Hanging Dog and Pronghorn Range, you know, kind of like have like a valley rivalry out here.
Well, it certainly has a nice view. I mean, waking up and walking out and seeing all of this with your morning coffee can't be too bad.
It's even better when you go up into the mountain.
Yeah? Thinking of opening a ranch in the mountains?
Yeah, no, not myself.
I'd be terrible at it. I could learn, I suppose, but I sort of prefer my creature comforts at this point, which come with general store and civilization mostly. As much as the idyllic life out here does appeal to me in ways, I think eventually I'd sort of get a little bit of cabin fever or something.
You build up something for yourself, you get everything necessary and what you want. Enjoy whatever nature has to offer. Whether that be hunting or the views or you name it.
Yeah, I sort of wonder what I might like to do after this, you know. There's plenty of ways that I should find myself retiring early or something, you know. End up getting shot in the hip or just getting sick of having to listen to the monologuing of some of these dreary criminals. I don't think I would take to a life of nature. I enjoy a ride and, you know, I'd like to do some camping and such, but living all the way out here by myself, I'm not too sure about, even if I had a family. I sort of, well, it's boring, but I don't think I'd mind being like a librarian or something, just sitting quietly with a wealth of books to read around me. That's a peaceful enough life for me, I think.
A whole range of stories just piled up on the table.
Yeah, that sounds nice. Maybe in 40 years. Touch wood, I make it that long. Which apparently with my absolutely awful mouth, the Del Lobos won't let me last that long. Keep giving them the lip that I do.
What did you say to them exactly? That got them all this riled up.
I can't remember, but I do believe I called them uncreative at one point.
Oh.
And emotionally unintelligent. I stand by it. Although they were really pissed off with Glass because apparently he said something about their dead, even though he hadn't done so. Had no idea who they were. But I kind of got lumped in with that, I think, because I was standing next to him when he said it. Still seems like a petty reason for me. I should think you'd have to say something far more awful to get me to stab someone that you know as vengeance. I'm not sure there's anything anyone could say to me, in fact, that would drive me to that. Let alone just a few petty jabs verbally.
Well,
the
you know,
easiest
death
option isn't always the right thing.
Yeah. Death is always a sore subject for a lot of people. But I don't think, you know, they, I mean, when you put yourself in the line of work they do, I mean, it's bound to happen at some point, right? And that's not on us.
Yeah. I think it was something to do with corrupt sheriff some time ago that killed one of theirs in one of our offices after torturing them or something. That's I believe that's a lot of the reason that they have a particular chip on their shoulder towards law. Long time ago. Like years, apparently.
Well, you see, I just can't follow that logic, because does that mean, you know, that because we have somebody who murdered somebody 10 years ago, do we treat, you know, every moonshiner equally as bad as a criminal?
Right. Bizarre. And a corrupt
I think
sheriff
I'll
is
stop in at the
closer
office
to
for
their...
a second and keep going to the roads.
Right. A corrupt sheriff is closer to their line of work than ours.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's plenty of folks there. All right. I'll be over on the roads.
Right.
Okay.
I'm gonna check my telegrams real quick.
The marshal's been busy last few days.
Evening.
How you doing?
Howdy, Lorde.
Not too bad. Yourselves?
Fantastic.
Not bad.
That's good to hear. Nothing, nothing terrible afoot, I hope.
Not yet.
Oh,
Not
right.
yet, though.
We're in the eye of the storm, Lord.
Oh,
Eye
do you
of the
think so?
storm. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I shall,
yeah.
hold on to my britches then.
Mm-hmm. Batten down the hatch. Prepare.
Shall do.
Alright.
See you soon.
See you. See you soon.
Good to see you, Lorde.
Nothing. Is Quinn dead? What the hell's going on with Quinn? 100% she's been taken hostage, right? My children! Hello, Table Story. I'll see you tomorrow, Table Story, for the grand return of Cura. How was Gatewalkers? Exciting? Emotional? Mechanical? Sum it up in one word. Today's episode. Eerie and very pyrocentric. That's over one word, I think. I think that's more than one word. Plot thick as gravy. That's more than one word. I mean, really, come on. Probably should have telegrammed that we were here, shouldn't I, since I did that? Fuck.
Well, is you being called on by other suitors?
Yes, I am.
Well, well, it's
Phantasmagorical.
1903. You don't have to settle on just one. I'm sure you'd understand.
You're speaking in German, right?
I suppose. Y'all take care.
You know what? Just one thing.
Yes,
One
well-
thing I will say to this, right? I mean, if he does not reach out to you after he said he would, I think you're gonna go show him what he's missing out on.
I
Oh,
like
yeah.
that.
You ought to dress up in your nicest outfit and just
Like my
make him a
gown?
little jealous.
I'll keep that in mind.
Yeah, you know what? You go. You lift yourself up. You show him who's the boss.
I can do that. All right, I am leaving. Y'all take care.
Yes,
All right.
I know. Lawson, you fool.
We're
Don't you know what you're
discussing,
missing?
yeah, an eagle-wielding lawman.
Yeah.
Hey, White Hats. How you doing?
Well, all right. How do you fare?
Not too bad. Yourself?
What do you mean, white hat, sir?
Oh, you know what I'm talking about, you know?
I see two black hats and a nice hairstyle.
This porch is designated for just white hats, so maybe you're in the wrong place.
Yeah, he means to say that we's do good.
Yeah,
Is that right?
Yeah, just do good and that's all.
So, you have anything? You just
Yeah, no.
while away the hours.
I got something. So I just got back to the state after a long time, etc. Whatever. Just want to make
Okay,
sure.
Here we go.
Just
Is it
want to
Teddy?
make sure there ain't no, files you got about me back there,
What's your name?
It's John Doe. I'm just kidding. It's Theodore Brasco. Pleasure to meet you.
He's back, boys.
With an E, Theodore,
Theodore Brasco.
With a K too. Brasko, as it were.
Well, sir, your name doesn't come up anywhere.
Oh, thank God. He must have,
Should it come up somewhere?
No. If anything, you deputized me a couple times, 3-4 times, Just checking if I was in the log, as it were,
Yeah, no, it was just, this, no, I don't think you were, sir.
So what's this, new uniform change or something? Or is that
What do you mean?
Yeah, I could just be completely out of my mind, and I probably am. I haven't been around for a long time, as I said.
Yeah,
But,
I think there was previously, it was quite some time ago, that the department were required to wear white hats. That's presumably what you're referring to, Mr. Brasco.
There we go, my friend from across the pond. He's got it. So, I've been around a while, is what he's trying to say.
Well, I'm, yep, you've got me there. I accidentally did. But, yes, the department doesn't require us to wear any sort of uniform anymore.
Just the badge now?
Right.
That's good. And since I've been gone, you wouldn't mind if I just started inquiring on some friends that are possibly dead, just to see if they are actually dead. If the names ring a bell, that is, you don't have to go pulling up some paperwork.
Well, I think maybe, sir, if you're looking to see if any of your friends or pals have, deceased in your departure here, I think maybe you should reach out to the health department. I think they would have the records for you.
All right. Yeah, that works. All right. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Sorry to barge in, but you have yourselves a good day.
You too.
You too, Mr. Brasco.
Appreciate it.
Hey, Mr. Brasco, if you wanna find a doctor to inquire about these things, probably Strawberry or Blackwater would be your best bet.
All right, I'll head over there now. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
Thanks.
Watch out for the wolves.
And the bandits.
All right, taking bets. Violent criminal, serial killer, or just a sort of loving father of two with a strange approach to law porches.
Well, you don't seem particularly law-abiding, but I don't want to sit here on my porch and profile the man. He did have a terribly long ponytail, which ought to be some kind of crime. Shit.
Can you imagine having a coat like that with a big fur line, your long hair getting all wet in that thing too? You know, it's just a recipe for lice.
Yep.
Oh, blimey. He didn't step too close to you, did he?
No. But I could smell him.
Yeah. Maybe we should have given him some money for a bath, just in case.
How you think he would have taken that?
I mean, I don't want to say that I was profiling him at all, right? But I think he would have taken that money and said, you know what, it's raining anyways.
Yeah, I
Sure.
imagine he probably would have just taken the money, probably taken offense, and then sent a nice telegram to my friends the Del Lobos about how rude I was.
Hang on, gentlemen. What you think? Just one second.
I think he's trying to take a bath in the rain.
I think so.
Hey, y'all, if the sheriff that's stood up around the corner, if they's looking to shape up and move out, and I'm just over yonder by the telegram. I'll be back, all right?
All right.
Okay.
You remember that deputy with the long chin? Lee, I think his name is. Otis?
Yeah, I know.
Did you see the tip he sent in not too long ago?
I sort of had a bizarre conversation with him earlier on. Is it about an investigation?
Yeah, so he has this, it's just titled Sand.
We are meeting you in the middle at Blackwater. Right.
But if you look down further, it says DEG deal.
Yeah, Lee was with a group that were going out west with the situation with the Del Lobos. Sand was going to offer them a sort of an ultimatum. Deputy Lee around for Dead End Gang Emerald. Dead End Gang speaking with Deputy Lee surrounding him. Stated they have a day and a half to have Sand meet with Wallaby. Poor bloody Sand having to make all these bloody deals with these horrible groups.
Wait, where's that tip?
It's on the second page, I think. From Ryan, Deputy Lee around 4 DG. Harper Twins show, 3 deputies dealing with it. What does that mean? Lucien's eyes sometimes are very wide. Yeah, it's the model. What I tried to do was completely recreate Rufus Lorde from memory. And that's why he looks the way he does. yeah, I mean, I suppose there's not much we can do about that. Although it's good to know the Dead End gang are riding around creating a nuisance. Just gonna grab some water while I'm here.
Okay.
Listen, Florence, he's beautiful. How dare you? He's a beautiful boy. How fucking, you know what? You're banned. You know what? You're banned. How dare you? How dare you comment on my beautiful boy? Florence is terrified. Has no idea what's going on. Please don't kill me, God.
Yeah, sure. I think he might have the runs.
Oh, really? Do you know?
Oh, are you meeting? Oh, sorry, am I just interrupting? I thought something was happening.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay,
No,
I'll pop off.
just having a quick conversation is all.
Yeah. What is that noise? Is he sick? Is he throwing up? What's happened to him? I'm shaking. You thought it was actually happening? Come on, man. You won't get banned, Florence. You've never done anything wrong. Welcome back.
Yeah. They had this rats. Damn rats. I got one though.
Oh, right. Yes. Sorry, I thought you were unwell or something, perhaps.
No, sir. Just trying to keep the rats under control.
Right.
You know, because they gnaw at all the paperwork sometimes. They have done once or twice, probably. So I want to keep that shit under control.
Yeah, I mean, sure, I suppose. I'm sure we could probably hire someone for that, though, right?
Oh, yeah, sure. I saw one, so. Yeah, now.
Yeah. I mean, if you are feeling unwell, you just take the afternoon off, go rest up or something.
No need. I'm fine. Well, work's what I need to be doing. You know, there's things need to be done, so that's why I'm here. The badge on.
Yeah, right, well, yeah. You're a big boy, I'm sure you can make your own decisions, you know.
Yeah.
It was, Toggins, right? Is that right?
That's it. And you are, sir?
Lorde. We met sort of briefly, once there was a shootout situation at that barn here in town.
Yeah. Lord. All right. A deputy, is she senior deputy? Or?
Just a deputy, yes.
All right. Me as well.
Not interested in, any sort of promotions or anything like that, quite. So.
Oh, really? You telling me Sheriff Cameron comes, marches over here, says, Lord, you're a senior deputy now. You say, no, sir.
Yeah, that's probably what well, maybe I would say, I politely decline or something.
Yeah. Then he'd give you a speech and tell you why you ought to do it.
Yeah, maybe. I suppose I'd see if he makes any good points, but you know, I'm not. I suppose right now, as I sit, I'm quite quite happy in my position, you know. I like it. I can sort of clock in, do a bit of work, you know, roll around and follow orders, and then clock out and not have to really worry about any further responsibility. Go and read a nice book or something, you know.
Yeah.
What about you? Would you accept the position? Is it something you're sort of ambitious about?
I don't think there'd be much point in it.
Right.
Oh, ring-a-ling-ling.
Yeah.
Let me have a look at that. Let's see here. Oh, coming to Blackwater. One return for Sitka. Okay.
Wagon.
All right.
Coming this way.
You want to go try to nab up? I don't know this route. Do you know this route?
A little bit. We could have a look.
We'd be taking ourselves out of contention with all this dead end business.
You know, did
I don't know if we. I don't know if we's in it anyway.
Yeah. Marcus is responding. I don't know if the others want to. I just remember Toggins because he's an actual famous person.
Yeah. All right, Lord. Lord, look who I got. We're bringing in the damn cavalry.
Oh, all right. Everyone's coming?
These damn bootleggers.
Yeah.
Cameron, Valen.
Alright.
Lord, you know this route? There's one.
Not a clue.
From where did it come from?
Western Cumberland heading west.
Western Cumberland heading west. All right. How long ago was it?
5 minutes.
All right. All right.
Oh, there he is.
It's 5 minutes old from West Cumberland heading west.
All right. Where do you want to go? Lord, apparently you know the route.
Well, I know the this sort of area. I know some of the places they drop them off.
Okay.
Alright, you want to take charge?
Yep.
All right. 122.
122.
There was also another urgent notice from Jones about two people being violently attacked by a group of 6, led by an individual called Charcoal, which were the people that took glass the other night. So I'm.
Right. So were people responding to that?
No. Would you rather switch to that? That's in roads.
We're dealing with this. We can we'll check out the spots here and then see what's going on after.
All right. I think I might be able to ID that group if I see them.
Sure.
Sheriff, when we get back to town, you might want to just head down to the stables for a moment.
Yeah, we'll do it.
There's a little sort of overlook that they sometimes drop off at, but I believe they drop off at the fort going left.
Yeah, they do.
So we can swing through there first.
Got noses in the air, everybody. We're looking for these bootleggers.
Heading straight over here. Not seeing anything.
We need to train some dogs like we had in Rhodes.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. Well, 180, we'll head out.
Somebody with a big wagon over here.
Okay, on you.
Melissa, let's go. On cock.
On cock?
Right down here. In the bushes.
Howdy.
Hello there.
Hey, cock, you can take us away.
Kings Crossing Sheriff's Department. You two are just you know, taking a little stroll through the wilderness.
Doing some hunting.
Yeah.
Some hunting.
Yep.
Supposed to be some nice elk in this part, but mostly just boars.
Yep. So far we just got a bunch of boar.
I see. My name is Deputy Kirk, by the way. Do you mind if I get your names?
Sure. Yeah. My name is Juliet Walker.
Medic Emmett
Juliet
Mason.
Walker.
Yep.
And what, sorry?
Medic Emmett Mason.
Medic Mason.
Yeah.
Good to see you again, Medic Mason.
Yep. Did anyone ever get out to you, Mercer?
It's not Mercer, it's Villain.
Villain? Oh, my bad. Nice to see you.
Well, thank you for... Yeah.
Did you get the name wrong there because you are sweating a little?
No, it's just...
No, the two of us get mistaken for each other more than I'd like, to be honest.
Okay. Well, have you seen anybody hauling ass with a big load of I don't know, crates, big wagon, something like that?
Nobody with wagons.
No.
Have you seen somebody with crates?
No. A while ago, maybe 20 minutes ago, there were a couple people just on horseback, and then we heard 2 shots, but just assumed it was hunting. Actually, I think that's somebody on a cart up there.
Where?
Where?
Just right ahead of me. They just...
Okay, we're gonna check that out. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you so much for your
thank you
time.
very much.
Yeah,
thank
no
you very
problem.
much. Have a good day.
Best of luck
You too.
now. Good luck with the elk and everything.
Go! All right, let's go! Noses in the air, yeah! I did go this way.
Not sure how else they would have seen them if they weren't on this road.
Yeah.
Didn't the tip say it went? They were going west.
Yes, but though if they've been hunting there for some time, then they would have seen the cart. So it makes me wonder whether they haven't made it here yet. I figure we can check this spot up here, and then
Sure.
beyond that, I think you have to head up towards the Wapiti area, and along that, I don't know what that long stretch of road is along the north. There's a sort of, yeah, we'd have to go up, I think, all the way up there, and probably at pace as well. Doing a left up here.
Left.
Taking a left.
And watch it, it's very steep. Probably only worth 2 of us going up there and actually looking.
Oh, well, what are we now?
Alright, slowing a little.
Slowing down.
We ought to go single file.
Yep.
Yeah, no one here. Oops, alright.
Take your horse's leg out from under you.
Alright, well, we can go along the route that I'm vaguely aware of, but I'm not really sure where the actual drop-off points are. I just know that it's sort of...
Sure. No, you're fine. Yeah, either way.
Alternatively, we can head back and in case we need it elsewhere for the other situation.
Nah, either way.
Alright. Alright, single file back down here then.
Single file back down.
And heading right at the bottom.
Heading right.
And back into formation 122.
122.
And we're going to try and catch up with them, so we'll pick it up.
Okay, we're going to pick it up.
Picking it up.
Heading right. And down. Right again.
Right again.
Right again. Big scrub's falling behind.
Alright, we'll slow down.
Slow up. Scrum catch.
Which one's the one before a gallop? A canter.
We alright, Scrum? Good. Tappity top.
Single file over the bridge.
Right, single file.
Single file.
Going left.
Beside you, sure.
Aye. Left.
Going right.
Alright.
And left.
Left.
Gets a little treacherous up ahead, so might as well stay single file.
Single file.
Keeping single file.
Watch for the cliff edge here.
Alright, careful with cliff edge.
Careful the cliff edge.
Always good advice, isn't it?
Not dying is very good.
Care over the bridge here as well. I'm going to slow here.
Right, slowing.
I believe sometimes
Slowing.
they drop off in
Nope.
this place here, so I'm going to head right. Sorry, I just wanted to
Okay,
make sure I
sorry.
knew where I was.
Right.
I am not sure what this place is. If anyone knows, feel free to enlighten me.
Oh, you can smell them now. The size of that fucking elk.
Look at that, yeah.
That's a bloody
Massive.
big animal.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of suggests they're not here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
You say the reason signs of tracks or anything, yeah, let's keep a move on.
Keep going.
Sorry.
Turn it around. Probably worth staying single file through here as well.
Alright, single file.
Keep in single file.
To be honest, after this, I'm not sure where the
Well, we could just
the trail
carry
goes.
on this road around like Cattail Way.
Yeah.
And then maybe head back to Strawberry or something like that.
I
By
would
that
presume
point,
that they head
probably
either
already
towards the Cattail Speakeasy, or maybe it goes up north towards Coulter, but
it's possible.
I wouldn't know from this point onwards, so we'll just go and see. I suppose we'll head back to Valentine.
Yep.
But I'm pretty sure that this is what the west from Cumberland Trail means
Right.
for anyone
that's
in
good to
future.
know, Lord.
Bumped into a few unsavory individuals. I believe, slow down here. This will take us back to Valentine, am I incorrect?
Should take us back.
should do, yeah.
Is this the route that I'm thinking of?
I think you are thinking of the right route.
Alright. And very careful down here, it's
Yep. Incredibly careful.
treacherous.
I always remember a bank robbery a long, long time ago, and the group blocked that off with a wagon at the last moment, and all groupiers went careening into each other.
Bloody hell.
It was not a good time.
Yeah. Alright. Do we want to cross here? Oh,
The river's a bit strong.
a bit further on, alright. Here?
Here should be good, I think.
Okay.
Should be shallow enough.
I'll tell you what. I'm just going to let
Alright.
Valen take control.
I'll just need to check the river.
Alright.
And let you take control again.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go ahead and assume that it's straight up this hill, so I'm going to go up this hill off-road.
Yep.
Alright, up to here.
Is that a fair assumption to make?
Yeah.
You
There's
would be
some
correct.
civilization. Here we are.
Yep. Alright, we'll get in, we'll check the tap line, see what else is going on, and then assess from there.
Now, why are you going to damage that farmer's
Alright.
fence?
What was that?
Remember to check your saddle, Sheriff.
Yes, thank you. I'll do
You
that.
broke that man's fence.
You broke that man's fence? Valentine's
Gotta pay
solid
for it.
earth. You better go leave him $50. Fix it.
Shameful equestrian skills.
Damn it, Huggins.
Berlin! How you going?
We
I have a
didn't found
question.
him.
What sounds better, Detective Kipple or Constable Kipple?
Oh, do you get to pick now?
Well, I have 4 certifications. I guess I can. Doesn't it? And I'm not really focusing on detective work. I feel like Constable makes more sense for me.
I think Constable is better.
We'll go for Constable.
How you doing?
Yeah, how you going, Cameron? Delivered your message to send.
That's me clocked out.
Oh,
by the
did you?
way.
Fantastic. Thank you for doing that.
Yep.
Okay, thanks.
Oh, I
Lord.
thought you meant me.
No.
You see, you're
Sadly,
I
clocking
said
out.
yeah, I said I clocked out, and he said it's absolutely fantastic. I thought that's what you were replying to. Yes, no, I'm clocked out there.
It was good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you and ride with you again briefly. Have a good night, everyone.
I will.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay.
I'm clocked out. Have a good night.
Yeah, you too. It was good riding with you.
Yeah, you too. Alright, let's check the telegram one last time. Yeah, I wasn't sure whether to just fucking go straight up on that route. And as much as I want to catch with our big group, I suspected that they went straight up there, but... Well, they probably didn't. I know that route because I do that route quite a lot on Levi. But I don't want to be too... Like, Lorde doesn't know it that well. He's spoken to a few people about different moonshine roads and there's the file and stuff, but I don't want him to be like...
Julius.
Amazing, you know?
Yeah, I'll be damned too. Come on.
Chaucer! Hey.
I honestly think with some of the moonshine roads, I could pinpoint accuracy find them. I'm not really sure if they want us to do that or not. You know. Well, the sheriff was like, yo, go find them immediately. And I'm like, okay, do you want me to actually go and find them? So that we, like, get some RP? Or do you just want something to do? Right, roll around. I'm assuming the latter. Emmett, by the way, the medic that we met is Bearer of Flame, who's in chat a lot. If anyone knows Bear from chat and community live. Off duty time. I get to ride around like the fucking prince from Little Mermaid. I personally think we should be trying to find them as long as we aren't camping turn-ins. Yeah, I'm never sure really. There's a couple of moonshine runs that I genuinely at this point think I actually might be able to catch them, depending on the timing. Like that one was one of them. Like when they were like, Lord, you know the way, right? I was like, kind of, because I don't want to be like, yeah, I definitely know exactly where they are right now. They've probably just gone past the fort and they're probably heading up north. And they're going to go along that big long road, whatever that road is called. And I would imagine if we leave right now, we might be able to catch up with them before they get to that last location before I'm pretty sure it goes to Coulter last. They're probably up at that lake that we always end up on. But I don't want to be like, oh, I know exactly where they are. Satellite laser fucking pinpoint accuracy, because it's just insane, you know? It's an insane thing to know. And predominantly I know that from meta, not from Lucien's ability. Even though I've actually been quite good. I've caught a couple of moonshiners on Lucien. I'm actually quite... It's really fucking hard to do. Pretty much I'd say it's borderline impossible without actually knowing the routes. So with every capture of moonshiners, I allow Lucien to kind of gain the XP and level up. Jesus, that fucking medic almost needed a medic. That's a medic, right? I can't remember his name. So yeah, but what I'm never sure of is when a sheriff like Cameron is like, right, find them. And I'm like, actually find them, or do you just want to go somewhere because no one wants to stand around in town all night? I'm assuming you just want us to go somewhere. Or, well, I was like, I'll err on the side of go somewhere. So we'll go along the route from the beginning and see if we catch up to them, was what my brain went with. Knowing that there's almost no way, because that route... Usually the first one is up by Moonstone Pond. And then it takes you pretty much all the way to Coulter. I think that's the route that they took there. That one that says west out of Cumberland Forest. Is actually north out of Cumberland Forest and then along that route west. The only other one I know really well that I can justify, Lucien knows very well, is the one that takes you through the Heartlands. And the one that comes down here through roads and drops off at that camp back there. But I don't know what that one is when it comes up on our thing. It might be the one that says they're shining out of roads. I don't know. But yeah, if you ever see Medic Emmett Mason, that's Bearer of Flame. I guess he's got a little girlfriend now. They're doing some fucking hunting together. That's nice. What did she say her name was? Why aren't you streaming, Orcish? What's going on? Do you even? I feel like you haven't streamed for weeks. Does he even stream anymore? You work at Walmart now? Has it happened? I'll be right there with you soon. I'm fucked, dude. I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna pay for all this shit. Absolutely freaking out. Jesus Christ, the jump scare of that. That dude. I guess I have to log out. You know what? I'll have to send something to Chloe then. Should've just fucking done it in Valentine, really.
Sir, good morning.
Sir, good morning. Lucien Lorde. Travel and missed, what do I want to call it? What do I call it? What do I call it? Belated congratulations. Miss Cornbeef. couldn't see Imogen. Chloe, I was unable to find you today, so I shall postpone our plans until I'm back from New York. I have to travel into the city tomorrow to finalise some of the affairs on my parents' estate in London. When I'm back, I hope perhaps we can spend some time together. When I'm back Wednesday. I hope perhaps we can spend some time together. We have these books to read, although the one Miss Blackwell for me as well. I'm not sure what to make of it. So tired, dude. I'm gonna go and watch Free Rent and cry myself to sleep. No, forget that. Stay safe in the interim and enjoy the new badge. We'll put a little naughty little exclamation mark on it. You know how exciting that is. Alright, now what do we call it? Of travel. Of travel and curious books. Right, now we can respond to this. I can't, my brain just went completely dead. I'm dying. Almost walked straight into you then, sorry. Maybe we should take a look at it, right? Stalking him. Sorry, I'm stalking you now.
How you doing?
Very well. My apologies. It looked like I was sort of following you out, I think, as we moved across the
No, you're
town.
fine.
I didn't want you to feel, you know, like you were being chased or something. Don't tell me you're going into this hotel.
Well, no, I'm going to the office.
Alright. Have a good one. It's the worst though. Like that happens to me so much where I'm like, oh man, this guy's following me out. Oh Jesus, oh he's gonna fucking rob me. I was gonna look at the book. Oh well, gives us something to look forward to for next week. Or next week, Wednesday. We'll probably play on Wednesday. Tomorrow, no day stream. And Cura in the evening, so I'll probably be playing no Wild RP. We'll be doing something interesting, something different on Wednesday on the main stream, and then we'll be doing a bit of Wild IP in the evening. All right, that's it. You know what? You know who we're gonna raid? Autumn __ Raven. And this time, we're actually gonna get in there and raid. Play Senior Deputy Mercer. I didn't ride around with her tonight, but there was a couple of weeks ago I tried to raid into Autumn's channel and I put 1_ and it just raided a completely random channel. Yeah, I'll put 3 in this time. All right, thanks for watching, everyone. Have a wonderful rest of your night. Peace. See ya. Bye.